The broadcast of the regular meeting of the Budget Committee will now begin.
Good morning. My name is Lene Palmisano. I'm the chair of the Budget Committee, and I'm going to call this meeting for Wednesday, July 22nd to order. Before we proceed, I will note for the record that this meeting has remote participation by council members and city staff as authorized under the provisions of Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Section 13D.021, due to the declared state of local public health emergency. At this time, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll and verify the presence of a quorum. Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Reich.
Here.
Gordon.
Here.
Cunningham.
Present.
Ellison.
Present.
Goodman.
Present.
Jenkins. Cano. Bender. Schrader.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Fletcher. Councilmember Jenkins. Cano.
Mr. Clerk.
Bender.
Here.
Gordon.
Here.
Cunningham.
Present.
Fletcher.
Present.
Chair Palmisano.
Fletcher is here.
Fletcher is here. Chair Palmisano.
Whoops,
You're on
sorry,
mute, Chair.
Microphone was off. I'm present.
There are 9 members present.
Jenkins is here.
Jenkins is here. There are 10 members present.
Thank you.
Bender is here.
And there are 11 members present.
Colleagues, today's meeting has 2 purposes. First, we will conduct the second of 2 public hearings on our proposed 2020 revised budget. Once we've concluded that hearing, we'll take up and consider any further amendments council members may have to bring forward. This is the last opportunity for us to refine the proposed revisions before we submit a final package to the full City Council for its consideration at our adjourned meeting this coming Friday. As I said at our markup this past week, the 2020 adopted budget totaled $1.62 billion. Through a series of actions, we've captured nearly $58 million to address budget shortfalls this year, primarily in the wake of COVID health pandemic. Mayor Fry proposed a revision to the budget that
First, we will conduct the second of 2 public hearings on our.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a really loud echo.
Once we've concluded that hearing, we'll take up and consider.
Madam Chair, I think someone has their microphone on and they need to mute themselves.
Sure, it's also like 30 seconds behind, which is.
I think they're watching it on television.
All right. I'll continue. Mayor Fry proposed a revision to the budget that's expected to capture an additional $98 million here to further offset the projected financial gap. Combine those efforts will save us nearly $156 million. As always, the council has final say over the city's financial plan. So our job this week is to finalize the revised budget to get the city through the remainder of the year, even as we prepare to take up the mayor's proposed budget for next year in just a few weeks. The reductions that are included in this revision are primarily aimed at cost savings and targeted reductions without major structural changes that would potentially impact enterprise operations and service delivery in our already strained environment. Nevertheless, we are also keenly aware that the 2020 budget will undoubtedly be marked by themes of reform, restructure, and right-sizing. Today's public hearing, the second that this committee will conduct on the proposed budget revision, is focused on the remainder of this current fiscal year. It's a short-term plan to get the city through December. As I've done before, I want to start with an overview of the process I intend to follow. Then I'll take any immediate questions from council members about that process. I'll recognize the mayor for any introductory comments he might have, and then recognize our budget director, Micah Intermill, for a very brief summary of the proposed revisions. After that, I will open the public hearing. Once we've concluded the public hearing, I will open the floor to any further amendments that council members may have to bring forward. We will look to complete all amendments today so that staff have the opportunity to complete the work on bringing forward a final plan to the full council on Friday. Do any of my colleagues have questions about the process that I have outlined? Seeing none, I'll recognize our mayor and express my appreciation for your leadership on bringing forward these original budget revisions. I know this hasn't been easy, and I'm grateful for the work that you've put forward here to lead us through this challenge. I know you're already working on shaping the budget for 2021, and that will be more difficult, so thank you in advance for that work. Do you have some initial comments before we turn to the staff presentation, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair Palmisano, for all of your work and partnership. And council members, thank you so much for your work in digging into this 2020 amended budget. Finding $98 million in the face of two crises is not easy. None of these decisions have gone without quite a bit of thought, and I appreciate your willingness to dig in. As I've stated previously, our ask is that these significant changes to how the city does business should be done on an ongoing basis and should be done in our 2021 budget, which, by the way, will be presented just about a month from now. And so now is the time to do the necessary work towards full transformation. Now is the time to do the necessary work to make these changes that we want to see a reality, but the work is first essential to do. I do have significant concerns if we are not, in fact, consulting with the directors of the departments that are impacted by any of these proposed changes. And I encourage you to ask the directors whether they were consulted, and in most cases, they were not. And so please work with our Director of Health, Gretchen Musicant, on changes that would impact her budget. Please work with our City Coordinator, Mark Ruff, and Greta from Communications, and not just a 5 to 10 minute conversation the night before, but let's really dig in so that we can make sure that these visions that we have actually become a reality and work practically within each department. Please also talk with our Chief of Police to determine how these changes would function practically. It's necessary to dig in now, and I feel that if we do, we can see the transformation that we want. If we don't, our residents will suffer from instability. We need to make sure these changes are done correctly and the hard work is done ahead of time. So again, thank you so much for your willingness to dig in. We will be there to partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next, I'd like to recognize Mr. Intermill for a very brief summary of the proposed budget revision. Mr. Intermill, the floor is yours.
Chair Palmisano, Council President Bender, and members of the committee, I am Micah Intermill, the city's budget director. Thank you for inviting me to provide this overview of the city's 2020 revised budget. Could we have the next slide, please? As the mayor and Chair Palmisano both mentioned, the city faces a projected revenue shortfall for 2020 of $156 million caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. This slide shows where and how much those revenue losses are felt across various city funds. Next slide, please. This body took action last month to implement a first phase of budget cuts, which represented the administrative implementation of a series of cost containment measures proposed by the mayor and endorsed by the council as early as late March. Those measures included a hiring freeze with a waiver review process to allow for the filling of only the most critical positions at this time, a partial wage freeze, delaying or deferring investments in the city's IT infrastructure and fleet of vehicles, a freeze on non-essential discretionary expenses, and an across-the-board reduction of budgets for professional services contracts. These efforts reduced the city's budget by $58 million. Next slide, please. And 2 weeks ago, the mayor presented his recommendation for solving the remaining $98 million revenue shortfall. That recommendation includes debt financing some of the city's infrastructure improvement projects, which had previously been budgeted for as cash expenditures, reducing one-time programmatic programmatic expense, both related to the city's capital program and operating expenses. Reducing payroll expense by way of implementing voluntary budgetary leave, mandatory furloughs and layoffs, and utilizing accumulated cash resources where prudent. Next slide, please. Last Friday, this body met to consider a set of amendments to the mayor's recommendation. I will briefly summarize only those amendments which were adopted. In particular, please note that the figures on this slide are shown in thousands of dollars, whereas previous tables showed figures in millions of dollars. The first amendment restored $50,000 proposed to be cut by the mayor for the Fast Track program in the health department. The source of funding for this amendment is a one-time base cut to MPD. The second amendment restored $25,000 proposed to be cut by the mayor for the Healthy Living in Low-Income Housing program in the health department. The source of funding for this amendment is a one-time base cut to the Minneapolis Police Department. The third amendment restored $30,000 proposed to be cut by the mayor for the Youth Coordinating Board's part-time youth workers in the Seward and Cedar Riverside neighborhoods. The source of funding for this amendment is a one-time base cut to the Minneapolis Police Department. The fourth amendment restored $75,000 proposed to be cut from CPED's budget for a new pilot program aimed to provide an alternative to commercial payday lending. The source of funding for this amendment is a one-time base cut to the budget for the Director of Housing Policy and Development in Community Planning and Economic Development. The fifth amendment comes in two parts on the table. It restores $62,250 in the fire department and $7,750 in the health department for training and pathways programs. The source of funding for both parts of this amendment is a cut to sustainability programming in the city coordinator department. Specifically, it removes funds that would otherwise have been used for home energy squad visits, but those visits are not able to occur due to the current pandemic and public health emergency. On the next slide, the Sixth Amendment adopted provides $500,000 for the Office of Violence Prevention, specifically for the provision of training, technical assistance, supplies, and implementation of paid community safety patrols in crime hotspots and homeless encampments throughout the city. The source of funding is a one-time base cut to the Minneapolis Police Department. And finally, it's not on this slide, but worth noting, Council also passed a directive to staff to prioritize existing resources for any and all naturally occurring affordable housing opportunities that may present themselves throughout the remainder of the year. In total, the Council amendments shifted $750,000 of expenses in the mayor's proposal, and those amendments are all internally balanced. So with the next slide, I'll just conclude by saying thank you, Chair, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Intermill. As a follow-up to our markup session this past Friday, I did request that you report back to us on prior amendments where a specific funding source was not identified in the motion. As I've consistently stated many times, it's important for us as policymakers to understand the full ramifications of revisions and cuts and reductions that we're proposing. The only way to fully understand those is to be clear on the trade-offs, to be clear on the funding to be cut and reduced and reinvested elsewhere. That's why I'm determined that we need to identify the funding sources for these changes that we might make. So we've made a few amendments that merely pointed to the police department budget for funding, and we made one that pointed to the housing policy and development program, but was not specific to the impact of the cuts. Chief Arredondo and Interim Director Brennan have identified potential funding sources that could be used then to accommodate those amendments, but they didn't have that level of detail last Friday. So Mr. Intermill, could you please present those proposed reductions that our police chief and interim director Brennan identified from those prior amendments? I would appreciate the council and the community having that information.
Certainly, Madam Chair. With respect to the Minneapolis Police Department, the department has identified reductions to the mental health co-responder contract, the elimination of 15 community safety officers, and they intend to delay the replacement of computer equipment that was due for refresh this year. In the community planning and economic development department. The interim director mentioned during last Friday's markup that it would be difficult to implement that cut in housing policy and development without impacting staffing. And so the department and the budget office took a hard look to see how to not impact current staff. We identified that in shifting that source through the department's administrative authority to long-range planning, we're able to utilize vacancy savings from the director position in long-range planning, which was not picked up in the phase 1 hiring freeze cost containment due to the timing of the departure of the previous incumbent in that position.
Thank you, Mr. Innermill. Are there any follow-up questions on those prior amendments from my colleagues? I'm not seeing any. Councilmember Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano. So just to clarify, I'm assuming that's the $500,000 amendment proposed by Councilmember Kano that prompted the cuts to COPE?
Madam Chair and Councilmember Fletcher, there was a total of $605,000 between the amendments from Councilmember Kano and also the amendments from Councilmember Gordon that went towards the MPD base. And so in total, all of those amendments at $605,000, MPD did the work to identify where those, what the implementation plan would be for those cuts, and that includes the, as you mentioned, the COPE contract, as well as community safety officers and the delay of replacement of computer equipment.
Thank you for that clarification. The COPE contract seems like a very strange place to make that cut, but hopefully we can get more information about that as we move on.
Councilmember Gordon.
So I'm curious how much savings are in the computer IT department are they expecting to get by delaying these purchases?
Madam Chair and Councilmember Gordon, I think it was somewhere in the magnitude of around $50,000. I don't have that information directly in front of me.
Okay.
I think that we can get more information. Let's wait until after the public hearing as we dive into some of these additional amendments, but I will ask our police department to provide some additional clarity on those because they weren't in the revisions that were considered on Friday. Council President Bender.
Could I just add that it might also be useful to get some alternative options? It appears that they're certainly picking some things that might make a point rather than giving us some alternatives to consider.
Yeah, I believe the reason that these are the only two things that were being considered is because these are the only two one-time change items in the entire police department budget, and that was part of this exercise. But we will get some additional information from someone in the police department here after the public hearing. Council President Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to provide maybe a little different perspective and some context to the level of specificity in our budgets. I really do appreciate Finance's support in working to make sure that council priorities are reflected in our actions. And I take the feedback that we have received from Finance in that vein, in an effort to ensure that we're clear about the consequences of our actions and that we use the leverage that we have and the guidance that we provide to be as specific as we can so that our priorities are reflected. There is a big degree, like a big spread in the degree of specificity in our budget actions. So for example, in an earlier phase of our budget, we did a 15% across the board cut and left a lot of that discretion to the departments to implement. I did request and was very pleased to receive from each department a summary of what had happened in those cuts. And I asked for that to be done with a race equity analysis. I know that both myself and Council Vice President Jenkins, who has been a champion of this kind of approach to budgeting, of ensuring that race equity is front and center in everything we do, took a detailed look at each of those. I hope that my colleagues did as well. But for that direction, we would not have had that level of detail in that 15% across the board cut. In the $4 million plus that are in this budget that are related to staffing savings, right now there is very little detail in that because it is being negotiated with bargaining units, because there are decisions that will need to be made going forward. And so sometimes there are very legitimate barriers to specificity, including availability of information and phasing of decisions. So again, I appreciate the intention behind asking for levels of specificity in budget amendments, but I do not believe that there is an equal level of specificity provided in these different types of budget changes. And I think it's important to understand that for the public because of the way this was framed at the beginning of this meeting. And so I think in each of these decisions, it's incumbent on us as policymakers to do our very best to ensure that the direction of this council is being followed by departments that is easier when there is willingness within the enterprise to support the direction, and it is harder when there is resistance. And on some of these topics, for many years, there has been resistance. And it just simply makes it harder. It means that council members sometimes have to, push a little harder or make direction that isn't fully supported by the enterprise staff who are in a particular position. And that has happened in many times in my time in my relatively short time in office. So that is something I just wanted to say to provide a little bit of context about the level of specificity in the different budget actions that we have taken and may take in this meeting. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I do just need to say, though, that it isn't fair to say that council members have been trying to work with departments, yes, perhaps for years, and perhaps they have met resistance, but in this budget exercise, it has been left up to staff and myself as budget chair to go and reach out to departments, often for the first time, about amendments that they didn't know were coming, and that is a really important piece of this exercise. Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I'm just curious. Well, first of all, I wanted to be clear that the amendments that I was making, I reached out to the finance director from the police department, and it was her recommendation to leave it general. And I think I made that clear at my last meeting. So I think we're not maybe always aware of the work that each other has done, and so we should be careful when we're trying to characterize that. Also, I'm curious if we would have the authority to direct the MPD not to take the funds from the co-responder positions. I do understand that with COVID, we have not necessarily been able to utilize the co-responders as we would like, so there may be some savings there, and I'm willing to look at that. I think there might also be some other savings. I actually think that CPED should be commended in actually looking where there was some funding that was not spent because of staff that weren't there, and so that could be another way of looking at that. But I just want to be clear that some of us feel like we might not have the authority to direct the department to withhold funding or use funding from some specific area because of the discretion that they can have within their own budgets. So perhaps the city attorney could just let me know if we would have the authority to say that they can't necessarily take the funds from some funding item or another. And I'll prepare a staff direction to help do so if it feels like that's the will of the council.
Okay, I'm curious if Mr. Nilsson is available to respond to that question. Can we give direction to specifically not take money from particular sources? Mr. Nilsson?
Yep.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano, Councilmember Gordon. Eric Nilsson, City Attorney. No, I don't believe there is the authority to do that. Again, the budgeting exercise here is that the budget is made at the fund and departmental level, and this is actually true with regard to any department. The City Council doesn't have the authority to direct the internal operations of that department generally. So, again, perhaps outside police, but the City Council approves business plans and sets priorities through that. The City Council approves budgets and indicates priorities through that, but the actual internal operation is left at the department head level. And so the authority of the council then, in response, is the appointment and approval authority over the department head.
Thank you. Councilmember Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the Council President's point about information, just because I think that is worth kind of disclosing to the public the amount of information we have, to say, that we need to be going to the, department directors and to get all of that. I mean, frankly, that's the system that we have. I to say that we haven't asked for that information is not true. I've asked repeatedly and have not gotten the level of detail needed for the budget to really make some of these changes. I think it is something that when we talk to the public, to our constituents, they think we get some spreadsheet like any other budget that they would do for themselves, and that's not the case. I've asked repeatedly for that level of detail even in this process and have not gotten it. What we get are the change items. What we get are just kind of a very high level amount of data that it does not get to kind of ongoing costs and all the things that we're talking about having to cut under COVID and under reforms. But it's very difficult to get to that level of detail. And so when my colleagues don't have that level of specificity, I completely understand why. And I think it should be highlighted why we're doing it that way, and realize that, of course, we do our best to work with the department heads, but sometimes without the level of information that we need to do that, it's just not possible.
Thank you. Councilmember Schrader, I'm sorry, Councilmember Jenkins, and then Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see Deputy Chief Jost has entered some comments in the chat, but I was just going to reiterate that Hennepin County, who administers the COPE program, has not been sending out co-responders due to the pandemic, which I believe is what led to the MPD looking at those savings as an opportunity to meet council members' requests. Thank you.
That's right. Council President Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put myself in queue to highlight that as well. And just in the spirit, again, of I think some comments have reflected this, of not assuming intentions. I know that the co-responder program is highly supported by MPD leadership. The former precinct inspector from the 5th precinct, who is now a deputy chief, Kathy Waite, has been a leader and champion of that program. And I know others within the leadership are really committed to continuing and building on the mental health co-responder program. So I appreciate the extra information that we have been given here now publicly from AC Jost. I do think that, sorry, Deputy Chief, I think these detailed questions that I'm seeing come back and forth would probably be helpful to take offline between now and those final amendments. I had gotten some of that information from council members who are working on amendments as well. So I think there's an interest in understanding more of the impacts of that. But I did just want to say that I wouldn't assume intention behind that particular budget suggestion without, having more information.
That's right. Thank you. Also, just as a reminder and in part for the viewing public, our budget is available online in in quite
Por favor, deje su mensaje para 61224922125.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're on mute. I'm sorry.
Thank you for that. I wanted to point out that our budget is available to everybody online, to the viewing public, in a lot of different drop-down screens, and it is very easy to see in a very high level of detail, or whatever level of detail you want. That website is minneapolismn.opengov.com, and that does have a lot of detail about our city budget. So let's see, not seeing other people in queue to speak, I'd like to now proceed to the public hearing. Clerk, could you provide the PowerPoint slide for the public hearing portion? We will be accepting comments from speakers in the order that they were registered. I have that list, the first 61 speakers on that list here. The registration is available from the city's website. The clerks have assembled the speaker registration list for me, and I will call on individuals in that order. When your name is called, please press *6 to unmute your phone and make your comments. Each speaker will have a total of up to 2 minutes, and we will track time so that we can help speakers stay within that limit. If you wish to speak as part of this hearing and did not register prior to the meeting, I invite you to register now. The online registration form is posted to the city's website, which is displayed on the screen right now. For those who wish to add their comments to the public record but do not wish to speak at this hearing, you can send it by email to councilcomment@minneapolismn.gov, and they will be incorporated into the record of this hearing. With that, we're ready to open the public hearing. Again, I will call speakers in order, beginning with the first speaker registered. The first speaker we have registered is Jane Swift. Jane Swift, are you there? If so, please press *6.
Hello, good morning. I'm Jane, and I am one of the organizers of the Minneapolis chapter of the Sex Workers Outreach Project. For those who don't know, we work to advance the human rights of people in sex trades. The criminalization of commercial sex means that our community is, unfortunately, intimately familiar with the violence and damage that police can cause, and specifically MPD. MPD's community response team has a history of assaulting and entrapping massage parlor workers and other people in the sex trades. The money that Minneapolis has spent spying on, harassing, arresting, assaulting, and prosecuting people engaged in or suspected of participating in commercial sex, and then paying restitution to victims when police officers cross the line, could have been spent on better things. Our most vulnerable community members need and have repeatedly asked for stable housing, comprehensive health care, the ability to work collectively and safely, access to other economic opportunities so they can exit sex work if and when they choose to, and a feeling of belonging and respect in their broader communities. As long as MPD continues to be prioritized in our city budget, our community will continue to bear the cost. That's why I'm here today to ask you, along with many other people, to take $45 million from MPD's budget and reallocate it to address the urgent basic needs that are precipitated by our current health and economic crisis. I have firsthand knowledge of the ways that I've seen the City Council lead the nation, and I deeply believe that Minneapolis can continue to show the nation how to create a safer community for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jane. Noah Shavit Lonstein is our next speaker. Noah, please press *6.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Hi. Good morning, council members. My name is Noah Shavit Lonstein. I live at 3116 12th Avenue South in the Powderhorn neighborhood of Minneapolis. And I'm calling about the cuts to the police department that have been in public discussion. I've been the victim of several crimes during the years that I've lived in Minneapolis. Several years ago, my household was robbed of several valuables and cash, and just last week, my roommate was threatened in our backyard by an unstable and intoxicated individual. In both of those cases, we were unable to call the city for help because the only public safety officials we could have reached were police officers whose presence would pose a serious threat to our household, our neighborhood, or the perpetrator of the crimes. Our budget and our city are both under pressure, and so many of the city's programs are critical to residents' well-being. It sounds like the council has already started to recognize that in reversing some of the cuts that have been proposed to critical social services and housing. And I ask you to continue to focus cuts on a police department that city residents have lost trust in, and ensure, as you've already started to do, that our city's critical social services do not lapse during this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Philip Atkin. Philip Atkin, if you could press *6 on your phone. I'm not hearing from Philip Atkin. Are you there? If the last 4 digits are 2125, it appears that you are unmuted regularly, but you might still be muted within your own phone. Okay. Next, we have Bridget Erickson signed up to speak. Bridget Erickson, if you're there, please press *6. Bridget Erickson, are you there? I'm not hearing Bridget Erickson. Cora Neeson? Cora Neeson, if you are there, please press *6 on your phone. Next, we have speaker number 6, Shannon Carboni. Shannon Carboni, if you're there, please press. Yes, who is this?
This is Cora Neeson, number 5.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cora. You have 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I am a resident of the Bottonhoo neighborhood in Minneapolis, and I am calling today to urge City Council to keep their word for defunding Minneapolis police. I'm really happy to see the amendments introduced by Councilmember Cano and Councilmember Cunningham, and now I would like to directly address Vice Chair Fletcher, my representative in Ward 3. As white people, we can choose to turn the other way from the injustice we continue to see against Black and Brown communities. We can turn away from the clear call that has been made to abolish police. And we can do this because we know that it will not be us that are gunned down, choked, stifled, and killed. The system was built to safeguard us. So yes, we could keep doing what we've been doing, funding police and seeking justice through reform. But to carry on despite the continual injustice is a heinous and embarrassing acknowledgement that we can because they're not killing our communities, they being police. The exhaustion that my Black and Brown neighbors must feel from white people doing this, turning away because police are killing other communities, is inconceivable and tragic. I will be disgusted if you turn away once again when the residents of Minneapolis are making it very clear that we want MPD defunded and disbanded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll give one last ask for speaker number 6, Shannon Carboni. If you're there, please press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Not hearing Shannon. Speaker number 7, Nimisha Nagalia. If you're there, please press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Nimisha Nagalia. Speaker number 8 is Beth Goodney. If you're there, Beth, could you please press *6?
Yeah.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh. Hello, this is Beth Goodney. I live in Ward 5. Councilmember Ellison, for all your work helping, create alternative models of safety during these last few weeks. And I was in the park at Powderhorn when y'all promised to dismantle the police department. And I've also watched with just such a heavy heart as yesterday armed cops came and tore down people's, only place that they had to stay because of inaction, not only at the city level, but at the county and state level. This is such a clear example of a time when resources could have been moved from the police and their bulldozers to housing for the people in the park who need it. So I'm asking you to keep your promise today. People were not in the streets asking for, millions, $2 million, $1.5 million in cuts. We're asking you to truly make transformative change. So I appreciate, what's already been done, but ask you to keep your promise to do something much larger. And please consider public housing. And I find it telling that the police department chose to take away COPE responders. I would prefer to see them think about things like SWAT teams, K-9 teams. These are not things that we need in our communities, and they don't make us safer. So thanks for all your work, and please keep your promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is caller number 9, Alexandra Samuelson. Could you please press *6 and unmute yourself and go ahead? Alexandra Samuelson. Not hearing Alexandra. Speaker number 10, Dulce Oliva Monterrubio. Speaker number 10, Dulce Oliva Monterrubio.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Is this Dulce?
Yes, this is Dulce.
Go ahead.
My name is Dulce Monterrubio, and I'm a constituent that lives in the Standish neighborhood in South Minneapolis. And I'm calling today. I'm a brown immigrant from Mexico that has called Minneapolis home for 20 years. And I'm calling you today, members of the City Council, to fulfill the commitment that you have made to take care of our communities and to defund the police, to vote for a $45 million cut to the MPD budget, and instead fund communities' emergency needs and services that are critical. Emergency housing for shelter folks, tenant navigators and legal aid for renters, Office of Immigrant and Refugee Service, HIV prevention services, mental health services, the Youth Coordinating Board, among many of the other services that we need. Why do I bring up specifically these departments? That's because Mayor Frey has commented on the funding these particular services, and he's been spent on destroying an infrastructure that provides basic needs, safety, and a level of dignity to each of us. I have relied both personally and as a professional on services such as COPE when I had a student that threatened to take her life. And the only resource I had, instead of calling the police, was to call COPE. I needed somebody that would affirm her value in her life, in her contributions to our society as a future teacher for children of color in our communities, in science. I myself have used services from tenant navigators and legal aid for renters when I had to confront the fact that a landlord was abusing and providing unsafe housing for me and my children, and I had nowhere to turn. As a business person, as an entrepreneur, I have also received support from places like St. Stephen Human Services, who were able to help me get training and facilitate training for my staff how to welcome unsheltered folks into our store instead of bringing MPD when there are concerns of overdoses or of mental health crisis. By providing that cut of $45 million, you will keep our city safe. You will affirm our place of belonging, dignity, and commitment to service. Thank you.
Thank you, Dulce. Speaker number 11 is Maddie Weisner. Maddie, a reminder to press *6 to unmute yourself. We can hear you. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Maddie Weisner. I live in Ward 10, and I'm also a kindergarten teacher in North Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis Public Schools. I want to say first that I really do appreciate the commitment and the effort so far of my Councilmember Bender, and other members of the City Council. I know that you guys are really dedicated to creating the change that we're asking for and that we need to see in Minneapolis right now. I also do think, like many others have been saying, that it's not enough right now. I think in Minneapolis, the most urgent need that we're facing at the current time is housing. As Councilmember Bender said in our recent Ward 10 update, that encampments are really dangerous for people who are living there. And if that's the case, then I think instead of forcibly removing people from the parks or where they're staying, that we really need to provide the free housing that people need immediately. I agree that the way to do this is to cut the police budget. I understand that the police force in Minneapolis is not going to be abolished in this budget. I hope that in the future that will be able to happen over the next 1 year, but I do still think that we have the money to house everyone who needs to be housed for free in this budget, and I think that needs to be the very first priority of City Council members right now. And I also think that providing for our community's immediate needs, such as housing, will do a lot more to keep community members safe, to keep our city safe, than the police force will be able to do. So I really hope that you will take as much as you need from the police budget right now to house everyone so that people can be safe immediately in Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have speaker number 12, which is Kased Bain Evans. Kased Bain Evans, press *6, please, to unmute yourself. Kased, are you there? Not hearing from caller number 12. Caller number 13, Alberto Tony. Alberto Tony, if you want to press *6. Speaker number 14, Sarah Fowler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, is this Sarah?
Hello?
Go ahead, please. Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Sarah Fowler, and I live in Ward 1. I'm calling to echo a lot of what has already been said. We do need to immediately defund the police by $45 million so we can support protections for workers, which means no more wage freezes, furloughs, or firings, and to support homes for all, which means significant investments in affordable housing instead of cuts. These things will keep our community a lot safer than the police have been or are currently doing, and it's a real opportunity to make change in our city that will benefit all of us and fund our community's urgent needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 15 is Charmaine Campbell-Patton. Charmaine Campbell-Patton, press *6.
Good morning. My name is Charmaine Campbell-Patton, and I have lived in Minneapolis for 12 years in Ward 2, just a few blocks from the 3rd Precinct Police Station. I appreciate the complexity of the discussion this morning and the Council's commitment to some of the amendments that include supporting essential services and defunding the police. My daughter attends Ann Sullivan Public School, and I am deeply committed to transforming the city so that she and her peers grow up feeling safe, connected, and cared for no matter the color of their skin, their income level, or immigration status. And so I'm asking you, like many of my fellow citizens, to cut $45 million from the police department, the budget this year, and continue working to abolish the police and provide alternatives to keep our community safe. And create this year to create an emergency budget to fund community needs The police has lost the public's trust, and they never had it from many of our Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. They're not in a position to address the systemic issues facing our communities. So I ask that you redirect the funds to pay city workers who are providing essential services and have been furloughed or fired, create housing for those experiencing homelessness and currently residing in unsafe conditions, and invest in proven community safety strategies that are already doing community-based safety and harm reduction work, many of which have been talked about by my fellow citizens on this call already. I appreciate your commitment, and you have my support to continue working to dismantle the police department and keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Speaker number 16, we have Angela Allen. Angela Allen, if you want to press *6 and unmute yourself. Speaker number 16. Speaker number 17, Sylvia Ildsell. Sylvia Ildsell, if you're there, please press *6. Speaker number 18, Dylan Cheever. Are you there, Dylan? Speaker number 19, Alice Madden. Are you there, Alice? Dylan, go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, I've been a resident of Minneapolis for 19 years, and I currently live in Ward 7. I just want to say I'm glad to hear that there's been movement on the budget since the last budget meeting in regards to reducing that MPD budget. But I also want to reiterate the call for the council to not approve a budget without a $45 million cut. As I have conversations with those in my community, there is a deep-seated distrust of this council regarding its willingness to follow through with protecting Black lives and our communities in general. The proposed budget will only further that distrust, especially after so many of you committed to much larger actions. By making more substantial cuts, you can begin rebuilding that trust with our communities. Beyond that, the MPD is operating on a punitive system, so maybe a $45 million cut might be language they could better understand as a means to curbing their racist violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have speaker number 19, Alice Madden. Alice, if you're there, *6 to unmute. Next, we have speaker number 20, Claire Steele.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Is this Alice or Claire?
This is Alex.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, council members. My name is Alice Madden. I live in Ward 9 on 31st and 16th. I want to thank you for having these online hearings and continuing the process, even though it's a little bit challenging at times. I also want to thank you for having ASL interpretation on the YouTube channel and keeping the detailed budget revisions to one page so it's intelligible to and easy to go through for constituents. I do want to just, before I go into the more substantive comments, just wanted to say some things about transparency first that would be really helpful for people reviewing the budget. Having a definition or glossary page for all of the financial language that for those of us who aren't trained in financial speak would be really helpful. So things like what capital programming means, use of cash, asset management, and then what is meant by the change item rollover. So when things are in parentheses, that means you're taking money out, but when you're adding stuff back in, what does that mean to the overall budget and how is that being used? So some sort of, annotated budget. Like I appreciate that it may be easy to go through for the council, but having an annotated version that's still short for people to be able to access and understand what's being proposed here, I think would also streamline the process for getting clarity of feedback for the council. Also want to request that no acronyms are used, or if they are, they're defined. So LCC, LIMS, HCMS, OIRA. And also just to note that the summary, the detailed budget summary didn't match some of the adjustments. So making sure, just clarifying when those numbers aren't matching up to 156 million. And then lastly, to the more substantive comments, I want to echo what everyone else has said so far that I've heard about the cuts to the MPD. And I appreciated the clarification from Councilmember Schrader about it being hard. There's no spreadsheet that you all have access to. And so if that's the barrier, that's the primary barrier to getting into that and picking out specific line items, then if there's some sort of ordinance that can be proposed so that armed departments have a different level of transparency that is required, so that those very careful, specific cuts can be made. So if that
Thank you, Alice. I need to cut you off to keep everybody at 2 minutes, but thank you for these comments. And we do have a glossary of budget terms and other things. We'll go through that at the end of the presentation. Speaker number 20 is Claire Steele. Claire, if you're there, please press *6. Claire Steele, speaker number 20. Speaker 21 is Janet Court. Janet, if you want to press *6.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Is this Janet?
Yeah. Yes, this is Janet.
Go ahead, please. You have up to 2 minutes to provide comments to the council.
Yes. My name is Janet Court. I live in Ward 9 in the Powderhorn Park neighborhood. Thank you for doing the hard work of making less money do as much as possible. The amendments by, well, all of these amendments are a great start, but more money is still needed for housing and violence prevention and other programs that help our more marginalized citizens. So I really would like to see more money taken out of the police department and put in those areas that actually do work to keep us more safe. And also the pursuing of federal, state, and county monies, which you've already done in making these adjustments on the budget, but also perhaps keep pursuing, especially those programs that are especially targeted to BIPOC communities. Thank you, and hope to see as much success as possible in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 22 is Brittany Whiteman. Brittany Whiteman, speaker number 22, press *6.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, this is Brittany Whiteman, she, her. I'm in Ward 2. And I do want to thank Councilmember Gordon for emailing with me last week. That's very appreciated. And I would just like to echo what other members have said. I would like more support for Councilmember Cano's and Cunningham's proposed amendments. I still favor the $45 million divestment from the MPD. And I want to see more investment into affordable housing. And I feel like we have the resources for people to have their basic needs of a place to live and health care and support for mental health. And those resources are being put into the police department. And if people have what they need, we won't need the police department as much. So I just hope that y'all can do what the community is asking for. Change is hard, we know that, but in this case, it's very necessary. And I just want to support the voices of the Black community that are letting us know that the police department doesn't help them. They just help people like me that are white. So that's all, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Speaker number 23 is Isaac Warner. Isaac, if you want to press *6 on your phone to unmute. Speaker 23. I'm not hearing from Isaac Warner. Francis Shepard is speaker number 24. Francis, if you could unmute your phone with *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, is this Francis?
Can you hear me?
Yes, is this Francis?
Yeah, yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Francis. I live in Ward 2. Thanks for holding this meeting, and I'm glad to see that there is movement on the budget since the last meeting, but I really am calling to urge you to go even further. I'm reiterating my support for Reclaim the Block and Black Visions Collective and their work to push for a divestment of $45 million from the Minneapolis Police Department. I just want to say that it's very clear, and the evidence of where this money should go is really all around us. And I just wanted to draw on what we witnessed just this week, as we all saw the images of folks being arrested at Powderhorn Park. These are folks who are unhoused during a global pandemic. As an infectious disease scientist at the U of M, this is a really horrifying sight. And they have no place to go besides a makeshift sanctuary that they were at least getting some of their basic needs met. But they were arrested and subjected to the physical and mental violence of being stripped from their homes. And these images are both horrifying, but also completely unsurprising to me. And at the center of it all were Minneapolis Police Department officers handcuffing people in bulldozing tents. And so the homelessness crisis is just one example that has shown that we are not funding social services enough. We're really funding them through our Venmo accounts. Many of us who have been reaching into our own pockets to support the park sanctuaries over the last month know that and know it's not sustainable. So I'm just asking to hold yourselves accountable for your proclamation at Powderhorn Park over a month ago in supporting defunding the police, and asking you to use this emergency budget to further divest from the Minneapolis Police Department and invest in affordable housing, social services, violence prevention, and paying city workers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker removed themselves from queue. So speaker number 26 is Lars Negstad. Lars, if you're there, please press *6 on your phone. Lars Negstad. Speaker 27, Jenna Mastalone.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Go ahead, please. Is this Jenna?
Yes, okay. Hi, my name is Jenna Mastalone. I live in Ward 6 in the Phillips West neighborhood, so currently have no city councilor, but I am calling that the city council cut the MPD's budget to make up for the budget shortfall that the city is facing. I want the city council to live up to its word that you made while you were in Powderhorn Park, and actually take this really meaningful step to end the MPD as we know it. Especially after seeing the actions that other folks on the call have brought up that the MPD took yesterday against our unhoused neighbors in Powderhorn Park, and the overall housing instability that the pandemic has caused. I think that $45 million would be better served to fund deep investments in public and affordable housing. And we need the council to step up and support bigger reallocations of funds to the immediate violence prevention and structural changes that our community demands, not just the $500,000 that the mayor wants to offer. And I appreciate Councilmember Cano and Cunningham's proposals, but I think we need much bigger cuts if we're actually going to take these demands seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 28 is Mary Hitchler. Speaker 28, please *6 unmute yourself, Mary Hitchler. Not hearing speaker 28. Speaker number 29, Willa Childress.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead,
Hi,
Willa.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Greetings, council members. I live in the Central neighborhood in Ward 9. Last fall, I testified before you all after witnessing a very upsetting incident on my block. Minneapolis police officers accosted and harassed 3 car crash victims who were all young women of color who were no more than 20 years old. I was moved to testify because of the shock and outrage I felt after witnessing these officers behave in such an inappropriate and health endangering way. Today, I'm here once again to ask for a practical step towards equitably rebalancing our city's budget and putting our taxpayer dollars towards the services that are most needed right now. I live near Powderhorn Park in Minneapolis, and a few days ago on a walk, my partner and I saw police officers arresting our neighbors, mowing down tents, and trashing people's worldly belongings. Our community cannot survive COVID-19 without an increased investment in housing and mental services. It simply cannot. Last week, we also heard the story of Minneapolis Police Department officers using expensive drone equipment to spy on beachgoers and ticket those who were not wearing enough clothing. So our city clearly has an opportunity to get our fiscal priorities straight. I urge you all to take both bold and practical steps today. Please do not accept a budget unless the Minneapolis Police Department is cut by at least $45 million. This is necessary, and it is an alternative to divestment from other departments that are important, or a lack of investment in much needed services right now. Please move money out of programs like Minneapolis Police Department's PR, recruitment, communications, and record request departments, which are all unnecessary, and continue to push forward despite the pressure that we know you are all under right now. Thank you so much for your work. The world is watching. Thank you.
Speaker number 30 is Ruby Erickson. Ruby, if you want to star 6, mute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ruby Erickson. I live in the Marcy Holmes neighborhood, which is in Ward 3. I'm speaking today to advocate for a redistribution of MPD budget into community safety resources. This year, the Minneapolis budget for the police department was $193 million. Health and fire services combined in 2020 received less than half of that amount. Recent amendments have divested only about $600,000 away from MPD, which is about 0.3% of the total budget for MPD. This does not amount to meaningful abolitionist divestment. This paltry divestment will not keep our Black, Brown, and Indigenous brothers and sisters safe. I urge you to divest from the Minneapolis Police Department on that meaningful scale of $45 million and redirecting those funds to community-led violence prevention in Minneapolis and continuing on into further divestment in the future. This divestment does not and cannot come on its own. We must also invest in our communities. The forcible destruction of the Powderhorn Park encampment and the subsequent lack of housing for these folks experiencing homelessness is an example of harm that is done to folks in our communities because of a lack of directed funding. True safety looks like having a place to live. We need to divest from violent, racist policing and reinvest in real community safety, education, healthcare, and housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 31 is Anthony Scallon. Anthony, press star 6 and unmute yourself. Speaker number 31. Speaker number 32 is Sarah Lentz. Speaker number 30.
Hello?
Excuse
me, this is 31.
Yeah, Sarah, if you could hold on just a moment.
Yep.
Go ahead, speaker number 31.
Yes, I'm glad I was able to speak here. I'm of the other opinion. I know there's an organized group that wants to defund the police, and they have made themselves very clear. But I'm with the Minneapolis Senior Caucus, and we're equally clear. We do not want to defund the police. So there are many of us who are really concerned about this decision. One of the things you have to do, you have a tough job, I've done it, but you can't just take all the money from the police and then turn around and say you're not going to get rid of the police. It becomes clear, depends on what your budget decision is, where your intentions are. So I urge you to follow more of the mayor's budget, and of course you can change parts of it, but I don't think it's a good idea to take out $45 million. That's just an alarming number. So anyway, that's my speech. I wish you well, but I urge you to be reasonable in this budget process. Tony Scallon.
Thank you. Now back to speaker 32. We did start to hear you before. Sarah Lentz.
Hello, this is Sarah Lentz. Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. I live in Ward 5 of Minneapolis, and I'm speaking to you all because a month ago, the city council told us they would defund the MPD. We need action in the budget now to ensure that we are moving forward on that promise. There are urgent needs in our city that are requiring the resources that the city has available. We cannot do it without your support. Please consider what reallocating the $45 million from the police could do to make sure that people are housed, safe inside, and provide a stability to grow beautiful lives. Let's imagine something better. The $45 million that goes to the MPD needs to be cut. We no longer want mounted patrol, canine units, and other violent tools used by the police to control Black and brown and indigenous bodies. Let us imagine what this money could do instead to support workers who need systematic support to continue to be sustainable in their work. And please, let's just protect our communities. Let's demand that we divest the $45 million from the MPD today. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 33 is Robin Swingley. Speaker 33, Robin Swingley. If you're there, please press star 6.
Hello, this is Robin Swingley.
We can hear you. Thanks. Go ahead.
Great. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I began today by writing down everyone's names who are speaking in favor of the amendments to reduce the police budgets and hopefully urge the board to further decrease police budgets by $45 million. But it became abundantly clear that almost every single person here is in favor of those, so I won't take the time to reiterate that all of their names. But I would encourage the board again to follow what they said they would do, stick to your word, and reduce the budget of the city department that is killing our neighbors, that's terrorizing people, and only providing protections for white people like myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 34 is Willie Tan. Willie Tan, if you're there, star 6. Willie. Moving to speaker number 35, Adam Barrett. Adam, if you would press star 6 and unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I want to start out by actually thanking the City Council for thinking outside of the box. I have a quote that I like to repeat, and it's every great advance in science has issued from a new audacity of imagination. And that's John Dewey who said that. Our systems are rooted, they're permeated by science. And I think that in order to move forward and progress, we have to think outside the box. So thank you for putting yourselves out there and doing that. I want to, though, express my humble concern at the lack of transparency in regard to the budget process and more specifically, the overarching strategy that seems to encompass the idea of abolishing the police. I am also, in addition to being a lifelong Minneapolitan, I am board chair of the largest high school in the city of Minneapolis. That high school is also most frequently the most underfunded per student in the district. Since about 2012, we have had a very specific plan to support the most underserved members, the most underserved students in our community. We have succeeded in this plan by essentially bridging the achievement gap for members of the BIPOC community. It was a ton of hard work. It has been a lot of transparency in regard to very difficult cuts, but also more specifically into what will be funded. So as I hear cries from the city council as well as from members of our community in support of $45 million in cuts, we all now see what $600,000 in cuts will do. Mental health outreach, 15 community safety officers, and computer equipment that I imagine would be replacing some very antiquated systems or computer equipment within the department. As we move forward in this process, I urge and beg the city council members to have a plan, to establish a strategy. Right now, myself and people like me can't get behind $600,000 or $45 million in cuts because there is no strategy and there is no plan in place. We don't know what will replace the police department and how much it will cost. I must also reiterate that this budget committee is meeting as a result of a global pandemic that has decimated our finances. Councilmember Cunningham wrote an op-ed in the Star Tribune this Sunday talking about everything being interconnected. That is very true. Everything is interconnected. And right now,
Thank you,
our
Mr.
business
Barrett.
community, as well as...
I need to cut you off at the 2-minute mark.
Okay.
I appreciate your comments.
No problem. Thank you so much for your time.
Speakers number 36, Sheila Nezhad. Sheila, if you're there, please press *6 to unmute your phone. Sheila Nezhad. Jamin Simpidis. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Speaker number 37 is Jamin Simpidis. Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead,
Hello,
please.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Jamin Simpidis. I'm a member, or live in Ward 4, the Kenwood community, and I'm calling to support what most of my other community members are saying, to demand $45 million be cut from the MPD's budget. I know there's some concerns with some of the other community members, but I think that the gross amount of money that the MPD gets compared to the other services in our community is obvious, and that removing a third of their budget isn't going to completely dismantle them overnight, and can definitely be reallocated in better locations, such as housing, paying workers, and, removing tools of terror, such as, armed patrols, drug dogs, things like that. I know you council members have a lot to deal with, and I thank you for your time, but I want to just reiterate stand with the community, definitely say that we need to defund the police now. By pushing it up next year, we're just going to continue hurting people of color in our community and continue to create this huge gap, or continue this gap will just grow. So please, I know it's a difficult time, but I urge you, do not go forward with a budget that doesn't have a $45 million reduction of the MPD. Thank you.
Jamin, thank you. Speaker number 38 is Jessica Boland. Jessica, if you're there, please *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello. This is Sheila Najat, number 35. *6 didn't work.
I'm sorry. We will go back. So let's go back one to Sheila Nezhad, speaker number 36, and then we will move on to you, Jessica Boland. I think we have you both on the line right now, but Sheila, go ahead first.
Great, thank you, and sorry, Jessica. Hello, council members. My name is Sheila, and I live in Ward 9. I know you're all tired. Thank you for listening to us. Chair Palmisano, first, in Friday's hearing, you kept bringing up that the council should be wary of reallocations because 80% of MPD's budget is staff. The total of all proposed cuts adds up to 0.003% of MPD's budget. So don't get it twisted. Second of all, you said these are our first responders. However, MPD has abandoned the people in Councilmember Jenkins' ward who live near 38th and Chicago. Third, and most important, is how you shut down the conversation around officer PTSD allegations. Let's call this what it really is, a mass sick out. We saw it in Atlanta, and now we're seeing it here, except our officers are more devious because they know saying the word PTSD shuts down the conversation. One officer was quoted as saying he would keep one bullet to kill himself. That means he was planning to fire 15 live rounds first. You are defending the perpetrators of violence. Let's be clear, this was not the actions of a few, it was the many. Enough for a state human rights investigation, and your wellness programs did nothing to curb the unrestrained violence of MPD. But Chair Palmisano and Councilmember Johnson, I need you to examine your comments as well. You defended the mental health of these perpetrators of violence and said nothing about the victims, the people of Minneapolis who experience PTSD because of the Minneapolis Police Department. And residents don't get city-funded resources to heal. The city needs to defund MPD and put resources into the Office of Race Equity and OVP to fund trauma healing programs for people harmed by the Minneapolis Police Department. And listen to Black people. Listen to your Black colleagues. Believe them. Defund MPD. Thank you.
Speaker number 38 is Jessica Boland. If you're still there, Jessica, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Again, my name is Jess Boland, and I live in the Kingfield neighborhood. And I'm an emergency medicine and critical care physician. I've worked in the Minneapolis metro area in that capacity for the last 7 years, and I've seen firsthand the human cost of unchecked police brutality. I don't think we can say enough about how the loss of life and livelihood, which is disproportionately borne by people of color at the hands of police, impoverishes both its victims and our city. I do want to emphasize another theme we see in our emergency department. This is the emergency department regular, who shows up every week and sometimes every day. These folks usually are stuck in a rut of chronic disease, untreated mental illness, chemical dependency, poverty, and police interference. Not infrequently, it dawns on us that we haven't seen someone for a couple of weeks, and the usual first thought is that they're probably dead. Often we are correct. Rarely, however, we hear through the grapevine that no, in fact, the community paramedics got involved and our patient is doing a lot better. Or their caseworker moved heaven and earth and got them an apartment, and that's why they're not landing in the ED. The living and dead Minneapolis residents I reference represent what's on the line and are why, along with so many people who've called in, that I am asking the City Council to act even more boldly and with greater urgency to fulfill your resolution to divest from police this year in perpetuity. The cost of ineffective policy and delay will be measured in continued loss of lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 39, Jane Lee Rodriguez. Jane Lee Rodriguez,
Hello.
if you're there. Thank you. Go
Hello,
ahead,
can you hear me?
please. Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Janelle Rodriguez. I'm a resident in Ward 10 in Whittier neighborhood, and I'm calling in support of the $45 million divestment from MPD. I'm urging the council to please keep their word. I was there at Powderhorn Park when they said that they were going to do everything they can to defund and abolish the police, and I'm urging you guys, just put your money where your mouth is. I mean, after seeing the horrifying images of the police terrorizing and arresting the residents of Powderhorn, I mean, it's just become increasingly clear that we need to stop funding intimidation and scare tactics and start giving the money to the people. We need to give people homes, listen to BIPOC community members. The city needs to fund affordable housing, mental health care, education, domestic violence response, and we don't need a Gestapo in the United States of America. Defund the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janelle. Speaker number 40 is Kevin Lewis. Please press *6 to unmute your phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, committee members, I'm Kevin Lewis. I'm with BOMA, Greater Minneapolis, the Building Owners and Managers Association. First and foremost, all of us acknowledge the very difficult task of revising the 2020 budget for all the various departments and programs. Similarly, many businesses, small, medium, and large, and BOMA members are all struggling with immense loss of revenue while expense obligations remain intact. And with virtually everyone, and let me be clear that police reform is needed for residents, workers, and visitors. At the same time, as you weave through the various line items, we ask you do not make any rash, deep cuts in the Minneapolis Police Department. Tenants and companies and their employees who occupy the downtown Minneapolis buildings have been very slow re-entering office buildings due to COVID. This is now coupled with either real or perceived caution on their part regarding public safety, which is affecting their return. It is somewhat well chronicled that many tenants are now delaying reviewing and extending their leases in downtown due to the uncertainty as to whether their employees will be safe. This is a crucial time for the city of Minneapolis on many, many fronts, and messaging is extraordinarily important. As the citizens of Minneapolis, employers and employees who are anxious to reinvigorate downtown Minneapolis and the general community and help drive the economic recovery, look to return, let's not throw any more caution at them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, speakers. Caller number 41 is Tram Huang. Tram, speaker number 41, press *6.
Hi, this is Tram Huang. Good morning, Chair Palmisano and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tram Huang, and I'm a policy advocate at DeLions, as well as a member of the Make Homes Happen Coalition. We have deep concerns about the racial equity impacts of Mayor Frye's proposed budget cuts. We know that the pandemic and uprising have disproportionately impacted our BIPOC residents, and we believe the budget revisions must center that reality. Currently, proposed cuts disproportionately impact Minneapolis's communities of color, and this contradicts our stated commitments to racial justice. For example, proposed cuts to CPED target programs that explicitly benefit people of color, such as Minneapolis Home, which is focused on closing racial disparities in home ownership, cuts to Village Financial, which will be the state's only Black-owned financial institution, cultural districts, which spur investment and wealth generation in communities of color across the city, and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which creates affordable rental housing. And we know that communities of color are disproportionately renters in our city. Our housing challenges are and will continue to be exacerbated by COVID. Deferring critical investments in housing is what has gotten us to our current housing crisis. And in Powderhorn Park and across the city, we've seen encampments grow in the middle of a global pandemic. These cuts do not save us money in the long term, as racial disparities in housing and homelessness will continue to grow in the absence of intentional investment. In the midst of a public health and economic crisis, the benefits of investments in affordable housing and community development are essential to the well-being of our city, especially for BIPOC communities who are not only most impacted by COVID and job loss, but also live at the intersections of over-policing and underinvestment. We join Reclaim the Block, Black Visions Collective, and other organizations in calling for a reallocation of funds from MPD to fund initiatives that enhance safety through community-based solutions and to fill the $2 million proposed cut to CPED. Thank you.
Thank you, Trom. Caller number 42, Elaine Rasmussen. Caller number 42, Elaine Rasmussen, please star 6.
Good afternoon.
Hi, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Hello, council members. My name is Elaine Rasmussen with the Association for Black Economic Power. Our office is located at 227 Colfax Avenue. I want to thank you all for your hard work. I know this is very tiring, ungrateful work. So I just want to thank you specifically. I'm here to respectfully request the restoration of the $500,000 in funding for AVEP's Project Village Financial Credit Union to the City of Minneapolis 2020 budget. At a time when our Black community has been hard hit by the inequitable effect of COVID and its economic devastation to our communities, by the trauma of George Floyd's murder and the damage emotionally and physically to our communities following the uprisings after his death, we believe that now is the time when our city and its Black community most needs a Black-led credit union. The mayor's proposed revised budget for 2020 cut the entire funding for Village Financial, which had been moved from the 2019 budget to the 2020 budget as the 2020 budget, as the credit union did not need the funding yet in 2019. As with Black Wall Street, it is critical to have a Black-led financial institution to provide financial services that will never be offered by big banks. It also diverts the plague of payday lenders and intentionally sets financial mobility opportunities that mitigate and prevent the housing and other public service needs discussed here by my other residents of Minneapolis. The $500,000 of Village Financial has been held up by numerous times by members of the council and the mayor to demonstrate the city's commitment to Black economic justice as one method of erasing the glaring equity gaps to our community. To abandon this commitment at this time when the credit union is closer than ever to opening, and will be asked to do more than ever for our community it serves, flies in the face of any commitment to supporting the city's Black community and Black people across the state. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you and all the speakers today.
Thank you. Speaker 43 is Cameron Frazier. Speaker 43, Cameron.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I am a registered nurse and registered public health nurse in Minnesota and constituent of Ward 9. There are many public health crises to address during this trying time, all of which require reallocation of funds from the Minneapolis Police Department budget and not from social services or from Minneapolis Department of Health. Black individuals, individuals of color, trans individuals, and migrant individuals experience the highest rates of health disparities, which are inextricably linked to racism, transphobia. They also experience disproportionate levels of interaction with law enforcement, which all too often result in harassment and violence from the police. This overt racism fuels health disparities in this state. As a nurse, it is my ethical duty to care about these disparities and work to mitigate them, which is why I am calling today. As we know, these health disparities are risk factors for severe disease and death from the current pandemic. Of all the forms that racism takes, violence from the state is perhaps the most appalling, but something we have the power to take the first steps to stop by cutting the budget of the Minneapolis Police Department by $45 million today and continuing to make cuts in future budgets and ultimately defund. Cutting the police budget is an effort in favor of public health. These funds are needed to address the core issues of housing displacement, supporting essential workers, which are disproportionately BIPOC individuals, mental health and substance abuse support, which are vital during this pandemic. As a nurse, I am obliged to follow research, and this is what research tells us. My own values lead me to follow Black leaders who have been telling us time and time again what we need to do. Please make the right decision to cut the police budget, and fund the many emergent needs of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 44 was my staff testing the system, so we'll move to speaker number 45, which is Grace Burke. Grace Burke, if you're there, press *6. Grace Burke. Speaker number 46 is Gracie Lindblad. Gracie
Hello.
Lindblad. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Hi, good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. My name is Gracie. I'm a lifelong resident of so-called Minneapolis. I currently live in Ward 9. I am calling to support a $45 million cut to the Minneapolis Police Department, a reasonable proposal. I am an educator, organizer, and street medic who was a little over a month ago being gassed by the self-same department that claims to, quote, protect and serve me and my community. The simple fact that meeting needs prevents violence and creates safety should influence the budget and influence the way the city runs. The officers displacing and arresting people at Powderhorn Monday would do more help to our city by having their salaries reallocated to housing. So my demands for the budget are following Black abolitionist leadership and calling on City Council to keep your word and find alternative safety resources. Thank you, Cano and Cunningham, for your proposed amendment. Keep going, y'all, and cut more. I want to trust the City Council to show leadership in this process, not to be all nickel and diming over thousands of dollars, and MPD has access to hundreds of millions of dollars. So please hear the call of your constituents and move money to fund things like police PR and recruitment. We don't need to fund police propaganda. If police have a negative public image, it is because of their racism and violence. Please, no more wage freezes, no more furloughs and layoffs. Pay city workers and fund protections for workers for things like wage theft, especially as many work through the danger of a pandemic. Please do not cut housing resources, but instead use a fraction of the police budget to create sustainable housing. Do not fund tools the police use to cause terror, like the K-9 unit, and instead fund mental health resources for Minneapolis residents. Mayor Frey, please work with City Council on the budget. Your proposed $50,000 cut to the Minneapolis Police Department is an insult in so many ways. It is an insult to the memory of George Floyd, an insult to our youth, an insult to our organizers, an insult to all who have been brutalized and killed by police. Shame on you, Jacob Frey, the mayor who got elected because he had the most
Thank you. I need to cut you off to keep everyone at 2 minutes.
Okay,
I appreciate
thank
your
you.
comments. Speaker number 47 is Mayela de la Rosa. Mayela, please press *6. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Mayela de la Rosa. I live in the Central neighborhood since 2003. I'm here to speak from my community and for the voice that I hear in my job. I work in Setul. The wage theft is a problem much longer than any other from of these combined. The city of Minneapolis has recently passed a new ordinance that fights against wage theft, a problem that affects communities of color more than on any other community. It is wrong to pass new regulations such as the protection against wage theft and the independent protections without the necessary funding to provide our communities with the benefits. We need to add one more investigator for the budget of the Labor Standards Enforcement Division. During the pandemic, COVID-19, the rights of workers are very affected to the public health. If the workers or customers are exposed unnecessarily to COVID-19 at the workplace, they run the risk of spread the disease to the community. Setul has support hundreds of workers of low wage in the Twin Cities. All these people that keep work during the pandemic have not received PPE, a right training or information they need to keep the workplace safely. For this and more reason, now more than ever, it's very important to invest in a proven model of co-application that works for the community to protect the health and safety of the public. Please consider to invest in education, healthcare, and housing for the most vulnerable people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker number 48 is Griffin McHenry. Speaker 48, *6.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Griffin McHenry, and I live in Ward 10. I echo many members of the public who have spoken today in supporting divesting $45 million from the MPD budget. The fact that the MPD has decided to not send COPE responders out during a pandemic while still deciding to send police officers out demonstrates an inability to effectively spend the budget they are allocated and demonstrates an ineptitude in understanding how to effectively respond to a mental health crisis. I appreciated Councilmembers Gordon and Fletcher for raising concern with the proposed MPD cuts targeting COPE. Makes me wonder why COPE has to be overseen by the MPD in the first place, where it's at risk of being cut. I also appreciated the city attorney clarifying that the council does not have the authority to earmark spending within the police department. The MPD's proposal to focus cuts on COPE and not the most violent parts of the police, along with the council's lack of earmarking powers, should invigorate the council to embrace their budgetary power and divest significantly from MPD, knowing that they will cut COPE and forcing them to cut back on expenditures that are surveilling, injuring, traumatizing, and murdering the people of Minneapolis. I know through comments made at public hearings and through a much appreciated communication with my Ward 10 representative, Council President Bender, that many of you on this call today understand that we ensure safety by divesting from the police and investing in housing, schools, childcare, healthcare, rent control, as well as programs that can humanely respond to harm, centering the survivor and pursuing non-carceral accountability. The broad scope necessary in this reinvestment in community safety is why $45 million is the number you are hearing so many times today and not $605,000. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing the bold steps you take in this budget and in the 2021 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 49 is Janet Schmidt. Janet Schmidt, please press *6 and unmute your phone. This is speaker number 49, Janet Schmidt. Speaker number 50 is Reese Williams. Speaker number 50, Reese Williams, please press *6 and unmute yourself. Speaker number 51 is Adrian Alms. Adrian, if you want to press *6 and unmute yourself.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, is this Adrian? Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Adrian Ohms. I was born and raised in Southwest Minneapolis, and I currently live in the Whittier neighborhood, Ward 10. I'm calling to demand that you follow through on your promise to defund MPD and cut their budget by $45 million. Use that money instead to house our currently homeless neighbors. Cutting $700,000 from MPD will not make long-term change. Isn't it your job to serve all residents of our city? Are our houseless neighbors not residents of Minneapolis to you? Just because they don't have money and won't vote for you, you continue to turn a blind eye to their suffering? The homeless communities in Minneapolis are and have been mostly Black and Indigenous, people with disabilities and mental illness, and your decision to allow the police to literally bulldoze their belongings and arrest people at Powderhorn is a form of eugenics. Your refusal to house them is a form of eugenics. People are dying right now, and you can't just get our city through the summer, as I believe the mayor stated, without addressing this. You are killing Black and Indigenous people just as our white ancestors did. I know that we could house and support all of our homeless neighbors right now with just a fraction of MPD's budget. There are so many empty luxury apartments and hotel rooms in our city right now. Please use the money from the police's budget to instead buy these apartments or hotels and house your city's residents. Turn the Kmart on Lake Street into indoor villages, as community members have created a plan for at indoorvillages.org. It's your job to serve this city, and it's shameful that especially you, Mayor Frey, have continued to encourage corporations to build luxury apartments in our city while doing nothing to secure housing for homeless community members, and instead literally bulldozing their belongings and arresting them for simply trying to live. Like, where do you expect them to go? Please cut MPD's budget by $45 million and put it instead into housing and community orgs already doing community safety and harm reduction work. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 52 is Brittany Worth-Petrick. Brittany Worth-Petrick, if you want to press *6 and unmute yourself. Go ahead. I'm not hearing Brittany. Now we are. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. My name is Brittany Worth-Petrick. I live in Minneapolis, and I believe that safe and healthy communities are when the people of our neighborhoods and the people of this land and the people on this land are believed in, encouraged, and resourced instead of criminalized. So I support defunding MPD, changing the charter, and letting us vote. I'm thankful for Black Lives Matter and Native Lives Matter for the gifts that they are, and I encourage you to become even more a part of your community by funding your community. I'm inspired by the Million Artists Movement's Trust Black People Fund, and I'm always inspired by the creativity of our community and what you're hearing. And I just think about all the open space right now at the stadium and how tiny houses could be possible, but really just listen to what people are saying, and the people who've been doing this work and listening, is doing something. So I thank you for listening, and I hope you can support the communities that are doing this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Speaker number 53 is Minister Dr. Hoax, is how that person signed up. Minister Dr. Hoax, if you are there, *6 to unmute yourself.
HOTEP Council Chair and members, I am Minister Dr. Ora Hoax. I reside in Ward 5, Willard Homewood. I appreciate this opportunity to offer comments to the Budget Committee. As a community elder and person of African descent, I want to address safety, in particular as a Northside homeowner. Safety in mind, body, and spirit. Under the leadership of Chief Arredondo, I support the Minneapolis Police Department at it having the necessary resources to respond appropriately to residents. I do not support cuts in the MPD. I sent an email to the council over a month ago and I haven't received any acknowledgement, even from my ward council member. We need to stop allowing those who are terminated from the MPD to return through union arbitration. I support reform and not cutting funds or defunding the police. The police can be an asset to our city and not a detriment with appropriate funds and reforms. Asante Sana.
Thank you. Speaker number 54 is Peter Ireland. Peter Ireland. If you *6 and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Peter and I live in Ward 2. Last week, the vast majority of callers asked the city to remove $45 million from the MPD and invest in housing, healthcare, real solutions to violence, and addiction resources. In the meantime, the City Council has passed amendments to reduce the MPD budget by only $600,000. Homeless people in Powderhorn have been evicted and some arrested, and nothing continues to be done about housing and homelessness in Minneapolis. If the City Council is serious about reimagining public safety and really investing in solutions that work, it will remove more funding from police and invest in the people in our community it claims to care about. A budget is a moral document. We're watching to see what your morals actually are. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 55 is Gloria Moreno Estrada, and I understand that there is an interpreter request as well. Gloria, hello, is this Gloria? Go ahead, please.
This is the interpreter, Gloria Estat.
Great. Gloria, are you the interpreter for somebody that you have with you?
I am interpreting for Gloria. We're trying to get her connected on the phone.
I see. We'll go ahead and pause just a moment for you to get that to happen. She just needs to press *6 if she's called in individually. I understand that she is unmuted, so you should be able to go ahead, please, or ask her to go ahead. I'd ask city staff if there's anything else we could try. We do have the interpreter on the line and are just trying to get Gloria connected. We could also come back to this.
Councilmember, it's Casey. I don't know that this is a great solution, and I'm sorry to offer it on the fly, but Councilmember Cano had noted in the chat that if we can have the caller herself, Gloria, call directly on the call-in line instead of through her interpreter, perhaps Councilmember Cano would be able to help translate.
Yep, I understand that she's offered that. I'll give the interpreter just a short while here to if she wants to communicate that.
She actually is calling in. She just texted me. Hang on one second. Gloria, ¿puedes hablar?
And if the translator can hear her on her end of the phone, certainly the translator can offer comments.
Right.
She is on the call line, so we're just trying to communicate that it's her turn to speak. We could come back if we could give her 30 more seconds, and then we could come back in a second.
Let's go ahead to the next caller and come right back to you. And even if she's speaking to you, you could do the translation. So we'll go for now to the next caller. Speaker number 56 is Finn McGarity. Finn, if you're there, please press *6 and go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Finn. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Finn McGarity. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Finn.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, council members. My name is Finn McGarity. I live in the Lindale neighborhood, and I'm a community organizer for Move Minnesota. Move Minnesota is a local nonprofit that works to advance transit, biking, and walking connections here in the Twin Cities and across our state. As mobility advocates, we understand the critical role investments in transit and other mobility options play in the health and strength of our communities. Transit, biking, and walking connect people to economic, educational, and social opportunity. They are pillars in our community that serve us all. As Minneapolis enters into citywide conversations about the future of public safety, Move Minnesota is here to ask the council redirect $45 million from MPD's budget in order to fund projects and priorities that prevent violence and create opportunities for all. We need to protect other budget categories that make our communities more welcoming and sustainable, like public works projects that make it easy and comfortable for people to walk, bike, or take transit, or any other number of priorities that community members have testified in support of today and in recent budgeting hearings over the recent years. We need connected communities that allow people to access work, groceries, housing, and medical appointments and care with dignity. Walking, biking, and transit, among other public services that our state and city have underinvested in over the years, are part of what keep us safe and interconnected, and part of how we begin to undo racist structures upon which Minneapolis is built. We ask that you redirect MPD budget dollars and prioritize funding essential services and those violence prevention solutions that best foster safety, connection, and opportunity in people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to try going back to the translator for Gloria Moreno Estrada. I'm sorry, translator, I don't know your name to call on you, but your line is unmuted.
Okay.
Hola.
I'm here, Gloria. Yay.
Thank you. So we have.
Mi nombre es Gloria.
Taylor.
Yo vivo cerca del parque de Founderhall Park y bueno, quería decir que si pueden reducir el presupuesto de la policía de Minneapolis y mejor proteger a los trabajadores, reforzar leyes laborales para. ¿Vas a hablar?
Sí, no,
Reforzar las leyes laborales porque hay patrones que siguen robando. A mí no me han pagado las horas de enfermedad. Queremos más dinero para la comunidad, para apoyo financiero a las comunidades afroamericanas y otras comunidades de color, pagar y proteger a los trabajadores, no más congelaciones salariales ni despidos. Casas para sentirse seguros significa tener una casa. Y si gastamos solo una fracción del presupuesto MPD en vivienda, podríamos alojar a todos en los santuarios del parque.
My name
Yeah.
is Gloria. I live close to Powderhorn Park. I'm here to say that we should reduce and cut the Minneapolis police budget and better protect workers. We need to strengthen labor laws because there are bosses that continue to rob and steal from us. They haven't paid me my sick time hours, for instance. We want more money from the city, financial support to support African American communities, Black communities, and communities of color. We need to pay and protect workers. We can't have more wage freezes or firings or furloughs. We need to make sure that there are homes for everybody, and that feeling safe means having a home. And if we were able to just spend a fraction of MPD's budget on housing, we could house everyone that are in the park sanctuaries right now.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Your comments. Thank you. Gracias.
Okay.
Caller number 57 is Catherine Giovanni. Catherine, if you're there, please press *6 and unmute your line.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
This is Catherine Jawani. I'm aligned with the others who have urged the council to seek additional cuts from MPD's budget to the tune of tens of millions, not tens of thousands of dollars. There are areas that these cuts can come from that won't impact public safety directly, and others have commented on several of those, like PR and recruiting for the police department. I understand based on the council members' comments that the department has discussion to determine where the cuts will come from, but I also agree with the comment made earlier that the areas MPD has chosen thus far feel like they're making a statement and not one that's in good faith. I hope that a deeper cut will be pursued and that an appeal will be made to MPD leadership in their own self-interest to at least attempt to show some solidarity with their community and rebuild trust by finding meaningful cuts from their budget that make steps towards a smaller traditional police footprint within the context of a more holistic approach to public safety. This would again include the aforementioned changes highlighted by others and reclaim the block that reduce duplication and inefficiency, reduce administrative overhead, and hopefully redirect expenditure on things like active patrol for minor drug crime toward protecting citizens so that public safety isn't impacted while we still find efficiency and savings that can be redirected elsewhere. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker number 58 is Nicole Weiler. Nicole, go ahead and press *6 and unmute your phone.
Yep. Hi, this is Nicole. My name is Nicole Weiler, and I've been a Minneapolis resident for 37 years. I currently live in the Whittier neighborhood of Ward 10. I'm joining others to demand that a $45 million cut from MPD's budget moves through. When it comes to emergency response in Minneapolis, our community just has far more urgent needs. I work in systems change in the anti-sexual violence movement, and I've worked really closely with law enforcement agencies throughout Hennepin County, working to train their departments on trauma-informed interviewing techniques, neurobiology of trauma, how to best work with victims. And in 3 years, I received an unprecedented number of complaints from victims against MPD. Victims who'd been ignored, whose cases had not been investigated, whose sexual assault kits sat untested, victims who had been insulted or blamed for their assaults when they were brave enough to report. And that's just not public safety, it's active harm, and it's trauma. Given the violent destruction and displacement MPD has brought to our unhoused neighbors this week, we really need to consider immediate reparative strategies to invest in community members who need access to important social safety nets. We can't keep investing in police officers who take Minneapolis's budget money to pay taxes and stimulate the economies of outer suburbs. Minneapolis's budget should bolster and work for citizens of Minneapolis. I also sit on the city coordinator's 911 alternatives work group, and I'm asking this council to keep their word to fund MPD alternatives and ensure that community-led strategies be given ample financing to test viability, not shortcuts that set up our pilots to fail. We need public services that serve the interests and needs of the public. So as the public, we are asking for a $45 million divestment from MPD to be put towards programs that truly serve and protect. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 59 is Will Sheffer. Speaker number 59. At the end of all 61 registered speakers, I will be asking if there is anyone else on the call that wishes to speak for today's hearing. In the meantime, caller 59, Will Sheffer, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh. Hi there. I'm Will Sheffer. I live in Ward 10. I'm calling to echo my fellow residents and asking for more money to be reallocated from the Minneapolis Police Department's budget. I support Councilmember Cano and Councilmember Cunningham's motion to reallocate these funds into the Office of Violence Prevention, and I encourage fellow council members to reallocate even more money. I'm also calling to support putting more money to the Youth Coordinating Board, regardless of what happens with the public schools this fall. Youth will need support in these unprecedented times, and the Youth Coordinating Board has shown time and time again that they do important work supporting the youth of our city. Again, I'll echo my fellow residents in asking that money be put towards housing our city's houseless. What is happening this week in Powderhorn Park is reprehensible and shameful. Thank you for your time, and good luck.
Thank you. Speaker 60 is Ross Conklin. Ross Conklin, press *6. Ross Conklin. Caller 61 is Brandon King. Brandon King, do you want to unmute your line?
Hello.
Hi, go ahead and state your name and go ahead for the record.
My name is Brandon King. I'm a resident of South Minneapolis, Ward 12. I just want to start out by saying I hope you've all not only heard but listened to those who've spoken. Many voices need to be amplified, such as number 36, Sheila. I wholeheartedly agree. Number 51, Adrian, with the public structures that we already have that could be used for places of habitation for those who were cruelly treated at Powderhorn. Now for what I have to say, I am in favor, like the majority of this call, for the divestment from MPD and to allocate those funds towards community. The thousands, nah, 45 million. And for the divestments that have happened, not to be one time, but to become ongoing. On a personal level, the MPD has lost all my confidence in situations of de-escalation, protection, and serving. It is either not helpful at all, heightens danger, and usually is all post-incident. I have now looked at resource guides from MPD 150, Black Visions Collective, Reclaim the Block, and encourage all those who think about dialing 911 to instead look at situations of COPE or the others that help social services, mental health, or how to de-escalate violent situations. And I believe that's where our funding should go, into these community programs that actually help. And I now feel more confident to call on them more than I ever would MPD, so I don't believe they need our funding. As well as, I think we need to invest in prevention and empowerment and aid, not punishment. We are in a unique position caught between a pandemic, police brutality, unemployment, housing crisis, and we can make a progressive change in legacy for Minneapolis that will have its place in history. We, as a part of our community, have spoken and taken the commitment to not only dismantle, but to abandon a false security service of the MPD, that community alternatives, health, housing, social services take precedence over what has been happening.
Thank you, Brandon. I need to keep you at the 2-minute mark like other speakers. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time.
With that, I will ask if there is anyone on the call for today's hearing who's not already addressed the committee that wishes to speak. If there are any other, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, this is Catherine Giovanni from a few ago. I didn't mention my ward. I'm in Ward 13. I did want to mention that since I think my ward has been underrepresented on this call.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers that wish to speak on this call?
I would like to share something.
Go ahead with your name and your comments, please.
Hello, my name is Melissa Lund. I'm a white woman who lives in North Minneapolis, Ward 5. When I first moved here 12 years ago, my house was broken into by a few youth. Some valuables were stolen along with my 2 12-week-old puppies. When the police arrived to my home a few hours later, they mocked us for living in North Minneapolis, accused us of cleaning up the crime scene, and then proceeded to say that they weren't CSI. While the police did nothing to help or comfort us, it was Northside community members that helped us get all of our things and our dogs back in less than 24 hours. That's the Northside community. The 4th Precinct, however, is known for mistreating and over-policing my Black and brown neighbors. My neighbors have not been safe because of the police. They went as far as to pull a gun on a friend when they simply didn't stop fully at a stop sign. Shortly after the 4th Precinct killed Jamar Clark, they started conducting intense trainings inside the vacant Willard Elementary School building so that while children played in the park adjacent, they could hear repeated gunshots and see police in riot gear standing on street corners, which further re-traumatized my community. For those reasons and more, I'm asking the city council to make the right decision and cut $45 million from the MPD budget. More and more of my neighbors are being pushed out of this community due to gentrification and exorbitant rental costs. So invest that $45 million in affordable housing. Invest it in this community. I don't want to see one more Jamar Clark, Thurman Blevins, Travis Jordan, Sister Vongu be killed by the 4th Precinct. Their lives and the life of George Floyd and so many others were stolen unjustly by the MPD. Honor all of their lives by reallocating the $45 million into community alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others that wish to speak? Please press *6 and state your name and comments for the record. With no further speakers, I will close this public hearing. I want to thank everyone who participated today and everyone who spoke and submitted comments. We appreciate your engagement in this important work, and it helps us move our community forward. At this time, and without objection, I'm going to deviate slightly within our own agenda today out of order so we can receive the report from the City Coordinator's Office on public safety staff directions that were adopted at our initial meeting on July 10th. As a reminder, we did adopt a series of directions which were brought forward by our Vice Chair, Councilmember Fletcher, related to possible improvements in public safety functions. This first report back is focused on those projects that might be ready to implement right away within the next 5 months where little additional resourcing or investments are required. These staff directions were essentially invitations to departments to bring forward their ideas for how we as a city enterprise might rethink best approaches to public safety. Andrea Larson with the Coordinator's Office of Performance Innovation will present the report, and after that it will open to any discussion from council members. Ms. Larson, are you ready?
Actually, Chair Palmisano, this is Brian Smith. I'm giving the report today.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. We have Mr. Brian Smith from the Performance Innovation team. Brian, go right ahead.
Okay. Well, now it's good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Palmisano, President Bender, and committee members. My name is Brian Smith. I'm the Director of Performance and Innovation within the City Coordinator's Office. I'm here to give a very brief update about a staff direction given to our office 12 days ago, which required us to work with departments to find out their ability to contribute to public safety strategies, where the department's expertise can provide a business contribution to the goals through a reallocation of existing resources. Slide number 2, please. Each department was asked to answer the following questions. These questions were designed to ensure that departments could provide council with responses that were reflective of the department's current competencies, ability to take on work with existing resources, and how soon a department could possibly implement the work. Next slide. There are 139 problem nature codes which require a police response. Of those departments that responded, they believe that they could potentially respond to a total of 16 problem nature codes. The 16 problem nature codes that departments believe they can respond to represent 15% of total MPD incidents in 2019. Please note that the total number of incidents does not mean total number of calls, as there can be more than one call per incident. And incidents are counted when an officer is assigned. There were no departments that believed they could take on direct responses to the problem nature codes in 2020. Next slide. Our next steps in this process will be to share this update with the mayor's office and to continue working with city departments to report further in October. Slides 5 through 19 contain the detailed responses that we received from departments. Please take your time to review them, as the departments that responded did an extremely thorough job of answering the questions asked of them. We feel that it is best that any questions council members have regarding those responses from departments be asked of those departments directly, as I nor my team will presume to speak for any department. That concludes my presentation, and I will take questions if there are any. And it seems that people are going through those slowly. So I'm not sure if we have any questions.
Mr. Smith, I'm not seeing any questions. Are there any? I will ask if there's any questions from my colleagues.
And it looks like someone's going through those slides slowly so people can see
Councilmember
it.
Fletcher? Councilmember Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano. I just wanted to acknowledge the really great work that went into this and appreciate everybody's participation. I think we started a conversation that obviously has been started informally in a number of ways, and I think people were extremely thoughtful in their responses. I'm hopeful that these ideas are helpful to departments work with the mayor's office on contemplating the 2021 budget, and I'm really happy with the outcome of this exercise. So I really just want to appreciate the work that Mr. Smith and Andrea Larson and everyone else involved in coordinating this has done, and all the department heads who responded. So thank you for that. And if I can also ask, Mr. Smith, I understood there was a little bit of presentation coming on the 311 theft response portion. Is that coming separately?
Chair Palmisano, Councilmember Fletcher, yes, that's coming immediately after this presentation.
Perfect, thank you. I'll wait for that.
I'm not seeing any other. I am seeing Council President Bender in queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if my mic came up. There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to also echo Councilmember Fletcher's thanks to the departments that took the time in a brief window to do this exercise, and to Mr. Smith for compiling it. And I'm sure also working with the departments to get the information. I think that this reflects something that might feel like small detailed changes, but is really a very profound shift within our city enterprise, which is that all of us in every single department are contemplating our role in protecting the public safety of our community in a way that is centering racial equity and racial justice. And I think it's combining a lot of the work of reimagining public safety, but also the work that we have done through a number of actions, including the Strategic Race Equity Action Plan, and even our city's vision and goals that we adopted at the beginning of this term. So I think this is a starting point for challenging ourselves as an enterprise to think holistically about all that we do to provide safety and security for our residents and visitors, and to create more partnership where that is a shared responsibility across the enterprise. So thanks to all the staff who I know are thinking about this, and much of it is reflected here, but I'm sure there are a lot of creative ideas that didn't come to light yet in this brief window, but I think of this as a start to this work. And thanks to Councilmember Fletcher for taking the initiative and continuing to follow up about this. And again, to the staff in the coordinator's office, Mr. Smith, and others who are really leading to really, bring this work throughout the enterprise.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments about this? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for this presentation. I will simply direct the clerk to receive and file this report. Thank you for you and your team to quickly pull this together. We do look forward to the ongoing scope of work that was included in that series of staff directions. Colleagues, before we proceed to take up any final amendments that council members may have, I understand that there's the will of those on this call to take a 20-minute recess and come back and do the final amendments and general appropriation resolutions after. just for the sense of time, I'd ask you all to set your timers for 20 minutes and come back, and we will start, let's say we'll start at 12:40 to take up the amendments and move forward. I guess, I'm sorry, Brian, did you have more content and I cut you off early?
Yes.
I am so sorry. Go ahead. I saw the presentation leave and it's all about the screens here, and you were there like you were there for questions afterwards.
Not a problem. Chair Palmisano, the next part of the second update I have is the presentation that Councilmember Fletcher alluded to with the theft report only calls being transferred from 911 to 311. That's the next update, which will be extremely brief as well. Okay. So we were asked to assess the potential cost impacts for 2020 of moving theft report only calls from MPD to 311. This presentation reviews that information plus additional considerations. Next slide, please. 311 estimates that it will take 3 FTEs to absorb the additional 7,600 theft report only incidents per year. There are additional startup costs associated with adding FTEs to 311, which includes things like supplies, licensing, etc. It is important to note that given the hiring freeze and that any additional FTEs would need to go through the hiring freeze review process. Additionally, if this workload is added and 311's budget is reduced as part of 2021 budget cuts, there would likely be changes to the level of service or hours available. It is possible that 311 could start hiring shortly and have agents started in November. After several months of training, they could begin taking the additional number of theft report incidents in the first half of 2021. With that said, as you are well aware, there is uncertainty about the full year 2021 budgets, which could make for a difficult hiring decision at this point. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 2020 costs for the additional FTEs given the added volume of work. The total cost for hiring 3 FTEs for 2020 starting in November through December would be $56,124. And I also wanted to note that we have Director Glover from 311 on the line if anyone had any specific questions about the transition. Next slide, please. There are a number of operational and functional considerations that need to be addressed before implementation, several of which are listed here. Staff will be working to address these as part of an implementation plan, which will be a component of the report back in October. Next slide. As requested, we are sharing 2020 budget implications with you today if you were to implement it this year, and we'll plan to bring a more thorough fiscal note and implementation plan back in October. If there are any questions, please let me know. And that concludes my presentation, unless there are any questions from...
We do have questions, Mr. Smith. I'll start with Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you very much for the report and this good information. I actually don't have a question necessarily for staff. I just think this and the previous report are really significant. I think this is something we probably want to take more time with and actually see go through, I would imagine, the Public Safety Committee if we had one up and running right now. I think it's tough for us to really evaluate and see the significance of this information when it's wedged between our public hearing and then our budget amendments for this budget that's happening now. I suppose this could inform some impromptu amendments that council members might want to try to bring forward in a few minutes. But really, I think this is information that is significant when we're looking ahead to next year, not just this issue about the 311 calls, but also looking at what other departments may be able to take on in terms of responding to 911 calls that we saw in the previous report. So I don't have a staff direction planned, but I really just want to express my belief that this stuff needs to be looked at more carefully and considered within the larger framework of what can we do to improve public safety in the city. I hope other staff will be reviewing it and thinking about it carefully. Actually, when you think about the previous report, that probably would go to other committees as well, because we're also talking about regulatory services and what possible role they could play. We're talking about public works. So hopefully this will be carried forward, and I just want to express my sincere thanks to everybody who was involved in putting this kind of information together. It's exactly the kind of stuff we need so we can make good decisions going forward, and I'm very, very grateful. Thank you.
Council Vice President Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Smith for both of these reports. My question is related to the second report, that the theft calls. Many times, I mean, the reason why people want to report thefts, I mean, they want to investigate it, but they need it for their insurance companies. Have we determined that a report taken by 311 would suffice people's insurance company needs in order to recover from their losses?
Chair Palmisano, Vice President Jenkins, I'm not fully aware of whether or not the report being done actually by a police officer or by 311 would suffice, but we do have Director Glover on the line who 311 already takes some theft calls, and so she may be able to speak to that, but I can't speak to it directly.
I'm going to ask Director Glover to chime in here on this question.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano, Vice President Jenkins, and Brian for your presentation. We do currently take 311 reports, and sorry, I'll turn my camera on. We do take theft reports right now, and we enter them into the police PIMS system. So there is a police report number that is generated that we do give insurance companies now. So it would still suffice for that.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I have a question about your presentation. So overall, is it true that 15% of MPD's response to 911 calls could go through other departments?
It's true that, Chair Palmisano, it is true that based on the 16 problem nature codes that departments responded to, 15%, those problem nature codes account for 15% of the incidents that officers are sent to for those problem nature codes. So yes, that's 15% of the calls.
But is that 15% of all the 911 calls, or 15% of those 16 call codes that you examined?
Let me go back to that slide. Let's see here. Oh, that's the other presentation. I have to pull up the other presentation again. Okay. 15% of the total
of
calls.
All 911 calls.
Oh, yes, not just the 16 problem nature codes.
So 15% of all 911 calls could be responded to through 311. I believe, is that the statement that you're saying from the coordinator's office?
No, the Chair Palmisano, what we have is, so the problem nature codes, when we sent the questions out to departments, we asked them to look at problem nature codes that included police and those problem nature codes that intersected with work that they already do. And so they were responding to the problem nature codes where there was an intersection of the work that they do. For instance, police go to traffic accidents. Reg Service has a traffic unit. And so they responded to the problem nature codes that were more aligned with the work that they do. I want to make sure that I'm answering your question completely.
I will point out that Gina Allen in the meeting chat said that of all MPD incidents, so she's saying that 15% of all calls for service to 911 could then be handled through other ways. And I will call on Gina Allen to chime in here. I know she's done a lot of work on this too. Go ahead, Gina.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano. So the 15%, like Brian said, is of all MPD incidents from those 16 problem nature codes that departments responded to as identifying intersections of their work. Of the theft-only report calls, that makes up about 2.5% of the MPD incidents for 2019.
Right. So only 2% of the calls for 2019 are report-only calls.
For theft, yes.
Mm-hmm. Report-only theft calls. Mm-hmm. Those could be handled through 311.
Yes.
And then this other proportion of additional calls to 911 is what you're saying could alternately be handled through 311.
The question wasn't whether they were going to be answered through 311. It was about who would actually respond.
Who would actually respond.
Yes.
Right. Other responding departments.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments about this report? I do have a question for Trish Glover. Director Glover, we made a difficult decision last year, and it was about the weekend service of 311. There were several considerations when we looked at potentially cutting the weekend service of 311, which we did. One of them, though, was a staffing concern, and it was difficult to get staff resourced on the weekends, and we just weren't seeing the call volume that we had anticipated over a few years' time to receive on those weekends. And additionally, a lot of the things that were received were things that other responding departments couldn't really handle until Monday anyway. I'm curious what the impact in the operation and functional considerations here, what the impact of this kind of an increase, as Mr. Smith is suggesting, would have on your department, and would that mean bringing weekend hours back?
Chair Palmisano, those are good questions. The impact of closing on weekends was very good for 311. I understand it was not good for 911. It was not good for MAC and impound lot, but we did not have the staffing to be able to sustain. We needed everybody Monday through Friday. Fortunately, we are at that stage again where we do not have enough staffing to meet our call load. I don't think we would have to have more staff in addition to what we're asking to now for us to be able to go back to weekends. The problem with weekends is it's very, very hard to staff people when they get done with training, because they're used to working 8 to 4:30, and then we put them on the weekends, and that's when they decide that they don't like it. And, so then the attrition rate is a lot higher, and it's very expensive and time consuming to train people. So the Monday through Friday was a lot easier for us because we needed that staffing during the week. In order for us to go back to weekends, we would have to have additional staffing to be able to handle that.
Thank you. Councilmember Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano. I wanted to, comment briefly that I think it's pretty remarkable that with sort of existing capacities and existing work happening elsewhere throughout the enterprise, we identified about 15% of incidents that we could start responding to, and that's before we engage in any kind of community engagement process around what additional capacities do we want to build as a city. And so I think there really is tremendous potential moving forward to think about how we can respond to many, many incidents differently. But I think it's very useful to start with the question of what existing capacity do we have, to begin building that up and to start from there. I think that's the clearest and easiest place, to build up. So in response to the 311 data, and obviously this is coming in just under the wire for us to make any budget decisions because of the compressed nature of this budget conversation. We do have a conversation ahead of us, and I will have a walk-on amendment prepared related to this about whether we want to start this in the 2020 budget or leave it for the 2021 budget conversation, which, as the mayor noted, starts in about a month. And I think what we learned from this, just to frame up what the decision is, what we learned from the presentation is that if we were to wait for the 2021 budget conversation, implementation would take until mid-2021 to actually get these theft-only report calls moved. And I think that there's an opportunity for us to get them implemented in very early 2021 by putting some money in for them to start the process earlier in 2020 to start hiring up and training. And so I think the question that's in front of us is if there is a desire for, caution and study and to, really take our time with this, which I think is certainly something that we often are called on to do. But I also think there's some significant urgency around reducing the burden on MPD, recognizing the staffing shortage that's been widely reported, the attrition that's happening in the department. If there's an opportunity sooner rather than later, recognizing that we are shifting the way we think about public safety in some important ways to take some calls off of their plate, this feels like something that doing with some urgency makes a lot of sense. And so for me, I think it's worth having the option on the table for us to consider as an amendment. And I'll bring an amendment forward after the recess. I think we'll probably after we've considered the other amendments that would provide that money to 311 to begin the process earlier so that we can get implementation happening in early 2021. And I really appreciate having that option put on the table. I appreciate the work that the coordinator's office has done to sort of spell out for us what the two paths are, and then I think we're able to make a decision together as a council about how we want to weigh urgency versus caution. I'll just say for my 2 cents, I think that often we are extremely aware of the potential unintended consequences of acting, and sometimes we're not aware enough of the potential unintended consequences of inaction. I think that and often we are paying the price right now for the unintended consequences of not making changes more quickly. I think a lot of the purpose of this exercise has been to move us forward and to help to get us into a mode of moving ideas along into action. So I'll offer that amendment when we get to the amendments phase, and I think it's worth having a conversation about timeline and what makes the most sense here. But I think from what we heard, this feels, from my vantage point, like ready to take the next step on, and I hope that we do today.
Thank you. Are there any last comments or questions from my colleagues on these reports? Seeing none, now I will ask the clerk to please receive and file both of the reports as given by Mr. Smith. Thank you. To quickly pull that report together for us. I appreciate that. Colleagues, we are going to take a 20-minute short recess just to get up, to get something to eat, and let us please reconvene at 5 to 1. So at 12:55, let's please, actually, Seeing the time, let's reconvene at 1 p.m. to finish the rest of this meeting agenda. Thank you. We're going to take a short break here and reconvene for any final amendments and to go through this resolution at 1 p.m. Hello. This is Lene Palmisano, staff. It looks like we are still live. I'd like to resume. I believe we probably need to verify that we have quorum again before we begin. So I'm just seeing your message in the chat, Ken.
Yeah, Chair Palmisano, you could certainly do a roll call if it makes sense, but I think right now if you did a roll call, we wouldn't have quorum yet anyway. So let's just keep an eye on the chat to make sure folks have returned.
Great, thanks.
I am here.
So then, Ken, I'm seeing 6 so far that seem to be here.
Yeah, Chair Palmisano, that's what I am seeing as well, so we're close.
There we go. I think we have a quorum.
Madam Chair, that looks correct. So go ahead and get started whenever you're ready. The IT and comms team are ready to go.
Great. Thank you. We are coming back from a short recess here to proceed to take up any final amendments that council members may have. Colleagues, you do have an amendment packet, but staff will be putting the amendments up on the screen for the viewing public. And let's see. We're going to start with Councilmember Fletcher's amendment, and it is about the MPD Records and Information Unit. I'm going to ask Director Intermill, maybe just for consistency's sake, let's still have Director Intermill read the amendments and then ask the authors to speak to them if they wish.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Today's first amendment is a motion by Councilmember Fletcher amending the 2020 Mayor's recommended revised budget in the general fund for the city clerk and police departments, transferring a total of 2 FTEs and associated funding from the Records Information Unit in the Minneapolis Police Department to the city clerk, effective October 1st, 2020. The specific FTEs to be transferred include 2 records management specialists, increasing the appropriation in the general fund for the city clerk department by $56,000 one time for the records management unit, reducing the appropriation in the general fund for the records information unit in the police department by $56,000 one time. The 2021 current service level shall assume the full transfer of the above named positions from the police department to the city clerk department, and associated funds shall be budgeted accordingly.
Thank you. Councilmember Fletcher, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair Palmisano. So this is a move that I think has been long discussed. I think it's something that makes sense. The city clerk is the authority, according to the legislature, for responding to data practices and maintaining the city's records. And so having the record management function in the clerk's office is something that I think creates some efficiencies. And I'll just say this is an area where we are underperforming expectations. We're underperforming our statutory requirements. We're being sued over our failures to produce records in a timely way. And so this is an area where we need improvement in an urgent way. I want to acknowledge the collaboration of the mayor and the chief and the city clerk on working on this. This is something that we've all done together and put forward. And I hope that it produces better outcomes for people seeking transparency about our Minneapolis Police Department in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember Fletcher, I'll assume that you've moved this motion and ask if there's any other formal questions or comments about this motion in front of us here today.
Thank you, Chair. Please consider it moved.
Mm-hmm. I'm not seeing any. I will mention my appreciation, and I do thank Councilmember Fletcher for bringing this work across the finish line. We have had a lot of conversations about what it would take to do something like this over the past couple of years, and most recently it was in a conversation with Councilmember Fletcher and the chief and the mayor's office and the city clerk to talk about how this can functionally happen and happen quickly here in 2020. So while this doesn't achieve additional cost savings in our city's budget, this is a timely and important move, and it really does have a lot of benefits to it. So I just say that as in my own individual capacity, I'll be supporting this motion today. Seeing no other comments by my colleagues, Clerk, could you call the roll on this amendment by Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Gordon.
Aye.
Cunningham.
Aye.
Ellison.
Aye.
Goodman.
Aye.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Kano. Bender.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
I heard you that time. Councilmember Kano.
Hi there. Sorry. Here.
Is that an aye vote?
Yes, aye. Apologies.
And Chair Palmisano.
Aye.
12 ayes.
Thank you. That amendment is adopted. The second motion, Director Intermill, it will read this. It is generally about the Creative City Making program, and it is authored by Councilmembers Kano, Jenkins, and Ellison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the second motion today is, or second amendment today is a motion by Council Members Kano, Jenkins, and Ellison, amending the 2020 Mayor's recommended revised budget in the general fund for the city coordinator and police departments, increasing the appropriation in the general fund for the city coordinator's office by $150,000 one time for the Creative City Making program to hire a diverse team of artists and healers to help create, implement, and lead community engagement processes to guide the city's community healing and rebuild with racial equity efforts for areas most impacted by civil unrest, reducing the appropriation in the general fund for the police department on a one-time basis by $150,000. This reduction shall be distributed as follows: $50,000 from the police administration unit in the building and ground account, $50,000 from the police administration unit in the machinery equipment account, $25,000 from the stores unit in the operating supplies account, and $25,000 from the police administration unit in the miscellaneous service fees account.
Thank you. I'll call on Councilmember Cano. Did you want to share a little bit about, I know this was something that was talked about last Friday, but where you've come with it and any further thoughts you might have and move this motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the updated and latest edition of the motion that all three council members want to bring together, myself, the Council Vice President, and Councilmember Ellison. I think that we clarified that we meant the Creative City Making Program, not the Creative City Challenge Program. So there was a bit of a learning there to make sure that we are able to differentiate between the community engagement component of the arts work, which is the city making, versus the City Challenge Program, which is about making a specific piece of public art in a specific place in the city. So the amount is the same, the sources are identified here, and I would welcome either Councilmember Jenkins or Ellison to share further thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Cano has moved this motion. Would anybody else like to speak, particularly our resident artists on this motion? Council Vice President Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do absolutely want to move this motion forward and appreciate staff and my colleagues for working on this. I just had a conversation with Councilmember Ellison related to this, and there is another amendment coming forward that can help to support this process as well, but it's specifically related to 38th and Chicago. And so I'm wondering if Councilmember Ellison is planning to bring forward an amendment to this motion to reduce this motion by $40,000 to restore funding to Shade Tool and the work that they are doing around workers' protection. Is that still a thing, Councilmember Ellison?
Councilmember Ellison, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Jenkins. I think after some discussion with finance and with civil rights, I think that I'm not gonna bring that motion forward, especially in relation to this item. But I do support this item as it's written, and I'm happy to be a co-author here. You know, I wanted to be responsive to some of the testimony that we heard, but I think that to this point, I'm hearing from our staff that that the work's not needed right now. So I'm not going to be bringing that forward, and I'm certainly not in relation to this into this motion. But I will, however, be supporting this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I move that this motion. And I apologize for the background noise. I'm in another meeting, and I will stay muted as much as I can. Sorry.
That's all right. You were cutting out before, Council Vice President, but we hear you just fine now. Council President Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my camera today. There we go. I just want to comment really briefly on this this exchange that just happened about the Shade Tool funding, which is part of a package of funding specifically related to community partnerships around enforcement of our labor laws, paid sick time, minimum wage, wage theft. It was one of the things that was included in the Civil Rights Department's report to us on the impacts of the Phase 1 budget cuts, and it did raise to the level for me to follow up with the Civil Rights Department. It sounds like others also noted that in the report that Civil Rights sent along with all the other departments. So I did also follow up with the department and talk through how the funding for those community partnerships fits into the overall picture. I did not prepare an amendment today to restore that funding, although I would support one. And just, thanks to all the council members who are continuing to be so supportive of that really important work to fund the community-based partners who are really on the front lines of supporting workers who are facing issues even more, so important now with the added layer of needing protection from coronavirus related issues. So, I hadn't heard from any members of the Workplace Advisory Committee, for example, or others about this raising concerns. But if there are concerns, I think we are all open to continuing to make sure that those functions are adequately funded, both through city staff as well as through these necessary community-based partnerships. And we had added an additional FTE in last year's budget with the support of the full council related to this item as well. So just wanted to, just since it was mentioned, just clarify some of that background as well. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So that, just to clarify, that's not what this motion before us is about, but that was a different idea and effort that's going on to try to find ways to support that. Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just share that I support the underlying intention of wanting to ensure that we are investing in arts, particularly as we're looking at leveraging the arts as a healing process. I will say that I don't entirely feel comfortable, because we're talking about $250,000 today going towards arts, which, as somebody who has a long history of the arts, it's not something that I'm dismissing as unnecessary, but we are at the same time furloughing staff. So this is a little bit harder for me to be able to fully get behind, because of the fact that we are having impacts to our staff, and for me that is such a priority. That being said, if this passes, I really hope that that this work will be connected with the future of community safety work that's happening, since there is an extensive engagement process that's currently being developed, and that this could help leverage that opportunity. So I'm open to hearing from my colleagues on this, yeah, just wanted to share those concerns.
Thank you, Councilmember Cano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the 150 one time is what I can speak to directly. I'm not sure what the other $100,000, if that is going directly to hire artists in CPED. I know that I see Councilmember Jenkins in the queue, so perhaps she'll clarify the other question relating to the CPED dollars that Councilmember Cunningham just brought up. But just speaking specifically to this motion before us today, I just wanted to clarify that the intent is really to hire artists who are people who are constituents and voters in our city, and we haven't specified a geography. So I want to be really clear that the intent is to make this a really inclusive piece of work that, again, empowers our community by creating jobs for artists to help us in the work that's happening right now, and that I would say is being heavily shouldered by singular council members with very little added capacity to the table. The other background piece I wanted to add to this is that when Councilmember Ellison, Jenkins, and I and staff met to discuss this amendment on Monday and Tuesday, we did talk about the fact that through a very organic, authentic, and grounded process led by healers and artists that will be hired through this money, that naturally we anticipate that the subject of public safety will come up. It is I anticipate that a lot of this work will touch each other and will weave with one another in a very organic way. I don't think that the two initiatives, whether it's us transforming our public safety models or rebuilding the communities that have been burned down or impacted by the civil unrest, I don't think those two things are in opposition to each other, and I don't think we should have them compete with one another. I think that we need to be able to resource and support both of those conversations, and that naturally they're going to have a lot of connections, and that we need to create the spaces for those connections to naturally evolve and to happen by supporting those leaders who are already working on the ground on a lot of this work to help I guess kind of cultivate those relationships so that they can be sustained by real folks on the ground, and less so on like departments and department heads, and just more like the folks who are out there doing the work every day. So I just wanted to provide some of that clarification and background information, and then hopefully somebody else can answer the question about the CPED dollars.
Thank you, Councilmember Jenkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I absolutely appreciate Councilmember Cunningham's comments. I believe that this work is directly related to community engagement around public safety, and how we rebuild our communities, how we build community in that process. And we know that artists have been really instrumental in helping with community engagement on many other topics and areas throughout the city, including 2040 Comprehensive Plan and other development projects. And so, you know, public safety is actually the utmost goal. The CPED dollars will be specifically related to the design and intersection process at the intersection of 38 Chicago. The design lead us through a process around what a memorial will encompass, what the design process is, as well as how do we manage and preserve the artwork that has been created by community. And I believe that if we don't do these things in a real supported and I guess intentional and deliberate way, that we risk more public unrest. And so absolutely see this as a part of our public safety work, and that the engagement that I believe that will happen will contribute directly to our reimagining public safety work that we will be embarking upon over the next year. So I see all of this work as interrelated. Thank you.
Council President Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council Vice President answered my question, which was if this would be integrated into the work that the Reimagining Public Safety Work Group is doing. And that report will come, a very preliminary report on the planned community engagement to the POGO meeting on August 6th. So it sounds like from the Council Vice President's comments that this is intended to support that work and perhaps other related items as well. So I can just leave that as a comment unless anyone needs to clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I do want to clarify. I want to ask the city clerk, is the next item the one that is authored by Councilmember Jenkins about specific to the 38th and Chicago seed money for the memorial?
Madam Chair. Yep. Madam Chair, yes, the next item is that item number 3.
Okay, so maybe we are talking about both of them together then a little bit here. I know that Council Vice President is trying to juggle a couple of things here at the same time, but I do believe some of Councilmember Jenkins' comments were about seed money to help co-create with the community a vision for a permanent memorial for George Floyd. Some of this work obviously is very related. Item number 3, which is $100,000, was meant to be considered in relation to a permanent memorial for George Floyd, where, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Cano, but your motion of $150,000 was for healing in many spaces around our community.
Correct, and it's for community processes that where we have to do rebuild efforts. So there's multiple places that needs to happen throughout the city.
Right. Thank you. I did want to ask a question on the expense side of things. One of those expense items that money will be pulled from on item number 2, in the supplies category, I understand is about gathering and testing evidence. It's a budget for gathering and testing evidence to solve crimes, and I'm a little bit curious, does that mean we would be doing any less of it? And I'm not sure who might be available to speak to that. Maybe it's Director Intermill at this moment, or maybe it's our chief himself. But if I could ask the clerk to put motion 2 back up, because we haven't dispensed yet with that motion. Thank you. So I'm asking specifically about the decision to take money from operating supplies, because I understand that that is a budget to test evidence, and I'm just curious. I don't know how big that budget is overall. Maybe that is just something that seems like an appropriate level to cut. Director Intermill, do you have any additional insight?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I don't have the information on the size of the budget for that particular line item at my fingertips, and nor am I the appropriate person to speak to the specific impacts. I would defer to MPD on that.
Yeah, so I understand that our MPD finance director is ill and can't be with us to speak to that today. Is there anybody on the line from the police department? I know that the chief is here. I don't know if he is prepared to speak to this specific item, but around testing evidence.
Madam Chair, committee members, I have not heard anything from our Director Johnson from our forensic team that this would create an impact. I apologize, I don't have a lot more additional information, but as we are convening here today, I have not heard of any serious impacts to that budget as it relates to our forensic team.
Thank you. I do know that these monies were offered as a suggestion by MPD Finance a bit earlier. I'm going to call on a couple of other of my colleagues. Councilmember Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sure, I have a comment and then a question. First, I want to echo the comments of Councilmember Cunningham. For $250,000 is a lot. Like in terms of our budget, it's not, and it's unfortunately just kind of the low amount that we do spend on arts. But we are facing 2 crises. Like right now, To spend $250,000 when we are making cuts to affordable housing is, I think, going the wrong way. I also just think we're still facing the other big crisis we have to do is fill our $156 million budget hole. Understand I guess my question is kind of for the authors. Like yesterday last time we were looking at this amendment, I really appreciate that Councilmember Cano talked with other council members and worked with them to come up with this motion. And so it would be, the question is really to Councilmember Jenkins, if she could talk a little bit about her next motion and to talk a little bit about if that is being integrated into that, if parts of Councilmember Cano, because I know that she initially had talked about this being for 38th and parts of this being for 38th and Chicago, it'd be helpful to kind of distinguish those out, and each one has, kind of how each one pertains to kind of the 38th and Chicago.
Right. I believe, I'm just going to say this because I know that Councilmember Jenkins is juggling two calls. I believe that she thought we were perhaps at the next motion. That this motion, this $150,000 for creative city making, is truly as Councilmember Cano described. And we're going to take these separate. So this is separate than the one that is coming next that we would acknowledge is more about specific to a memorial and a long-term vision for George Floyd in a specific space. And this is more about other things happening around the city. Councilmember Cano, are there any clarifications to that?
I guess I'm just sharing another piece of info. So the sort of, the genesis of this motion, number 2, is because when I started to think about the different recovery efforts that needed to be centered on healing and centered on racial equity that are required by different parts of our city, I started to think about the common denominators. Oh my goodness, sorry, I forgot to turn on my camera. I started to think about the common denominators, which are most of those efforts will need council member involvement. Most of those efforts will need city staff support and city staff participation. They will need city resources at some level. They will need the support of artists who already have been really involved and who likely we need to start compensating them for their labor, because they're showing up and they're doing a lot of work already in some of these areas. And we knew that in general, these recovery efforts would need city action. And so acknowledging that the same themes or tools would need to be used in multiple sites throughout the city, the intent of this motion was really to kind of help unify that framework and help bring resources to the table to come up with a structure and a plan of recovery for those sites, which involve economic development, job creation, building restoration, traffic. They'll, in some sites we have city-owned property, and some sites we don't. So really, the intent of this motion was to kind of help bring togetherness to all of those disparate parts of the equation, and to create an equal playing field for all those conversations so that we could tackle them in a coherent and organized way that is resourced. So I can only speak to my motion here today, which is number 2, which Councilmember Jenkins and Ellison and I met about and crafted together Monday and Tuesday. And I would love for us to be able to vote on this and then have the other conversation about the other amendment when the other amendment gets brought up.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Councilmember Schrader. He asked to clarify a question.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I want to, I think the question kind of went in a different direction than I meant it to. My question was really how this interacts. Like, I think we are just voting on this. I'm perfectly clear on that. But we have another motion coming up for $100,000, which I want to make sure that we have some work supporting our artists at 30th and Chicago. But the 250 is a large amount for that. Council, I also want to give credit to Councilmember Cano. She took the time to talk to me about my earlier concerns about this. So really appreciated that. She talked a lot about how some of this work will happen at 38th and Chicago. So my question was more about the overlap. And it was more in, I'm not trying to pit number 1 against number 2 against number 3, but I think it is a real question of how much we are going to spend and how much 38th and Chicago will, like the artists there, will see that money and will, how much investment kind of will be given.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councilmember Schrader, as well as Councilmember Cano. And I absolutely agree with Councilmember Cano that this work is really to support artists. I want to be real clear. There is no art work that will emanate from this work. This is really about engaging our community around how do we build public safety into our processes, and really hearing from community about what public safety can look like. And relative to your question, Councilmember Schrader, the funds in the motion number 3 will be specifically dedicated to the work around 38th and Chicago. In talking with Director Hutchinson, she was real clear that this effort is going to require a very strong, dedicated community engagement process, as well as the design elements that needs to be, I believe I have my camera on, but I guess now it's on. The $100,000 was a suggestion by Director Hutchinson because this effort will require that kind of support from community artists to help guide this process and design what a internationally important commemoration and memorialization of this event will require. And this is just a very small city investment that will need to be matched from many other sources, including our county, our state partners, our federal partners, as well as the philanthropic community. So we certainly have to do our part. And this work, and I am absolutely positive, will contribute to our public safety engagement moving forward. And I agree with Councilmember Cano that we need to make sure we are separating the work from item number 2 and item number 3. And no, item number 2, those resources can go throughout the city because we need them in the 3rd precinct, along Lake Street, along Broadway Avenue, along in Cedar Riverside, to really have artists help us to design and create a public safety engagement process for the how we feel. So I hope that answers these questions.
I think it does. I want to be specific, and let's try to stay on motion number 2. Council President Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward, and I agree with all of the sentiments and the goals expressed. While I totally appreciate that this is intended to be integrated into the work that the Reimagining Public Safety Work Group is pursuing, I don't feel that I have enough information right now in this meeting to support this amendment based on the number of staff time that is already going into that effort of designing the community engagement strategy, and my own knowledge, and I'll take responsibility for this, around what resources may be available in departments like NCR or within the coordinator's office related to public engagement for that process. And knowing that the timeline for that will start the engagement later in this year, there will really only be a few more months left in 2020 related for that engagement. So I support this direction very much. And again, I appreciate the work that my colleagues have done. It's not intended as a criticism of that at all, but just wanted to be transparent about my thoughts about this one item. That is item number 2. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Schrader, and then I think we should take a vote on this and move on. Councilmember Schrader.
Thank you. No, I also just want to be transparent about my vote. I won't be able to support number 2. I will be supporting number 3. I think this is a really difficult choice, but I think that this is something that I think we're going to need to talk more about in the 2021 budget and make sure that folks are supported. But at this time, just it doesn't seem that there's enough there when we have other difficult cuts that we're making.
All right, unless any of the authors want to speak, Councilmember Cano, and then we'll call the roll.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify, this work that is here in item number 2 is not about rebuilding a new public safety system. That's the work that's happening in a different bucket of and I think that it's been really clear that Councilmember Bender and Councilmember Cunningham are leading those efforts, really involved in those efforts, really care about those efforts. This is not to replace that. This is not to duplicate that. This is to fortify the work that we need to do around economic recovery, around decision making for what happened to physical buildings, to physical spaces. It's not about who responds when there's a gunshot. It's not about what does our 911 system do when people call and they want help on homelessness or on opioids, you know, which I believe is more in line with the work that's happening in the other Transforming Public Safety work group, the work that I think Brian from Innovation are leading and others. So I'm sorry that it sounded like it was getting a little confused. I just wanted to really clarify that that's not what we're voting on today. What we're voting on today is a direct investment in the city making program, which focuses on community engagement to ensure that the sites that were impacted by civil unrest are supported by paid folks, you know, hopefully artists and healers, as noted in this amendment, to help us bring capacity to those conversations, because right now we're not paying anybody to help us have those conversations. And there's a lot of people having these conversations, but the city hasn't put forward any capacity at that level to help us sustain those discussions and bring them forward. So I'll say that it's not accurate to say that the 2 items are the same thing or that one thing belongs under another. The nature and scope of the work is quite different. So building a new safety system is quite different than deciding whether or not a building on the corner of Lake and Minnehaha gets rebuilt. And I'm not even talking about the city-owned building. I'm just talking about what happens with the liquor store that burned down, with the AutoZone that burned down. And there's likely other places in the city that have similar questions. And so I don't think these items should be, again, perceived as a zero-sum game, that if you fund one today, that somehow the other one is diminished or weakened. I think all of these conversations are part of an ecosystem that need to be funded and supported in their own right and in their own framework. So I support adding artists to the other work that's happening, and would love to, you know, have somebody bring a motion on Friday to infuse that work with artists and healers. That was my phone dropping. So if that's something folks are interested in, I think, you know, we have plenty of bandwidth for that. We still have a lot of resources in the police department that we can draw from. So so that was one point of clarification. And then I think that the other piece is that it seems to me like item number 3 is more about a physical thing getting built, whereas this motion number 2 is about a community engagement process led by specific artists to bring capacity to the table around how we as a city rebuild those sites, which are brick and mortar sites, which involve public transit, which involve likely other jurisdictions, whether it's the county or the Met Council. So I don't think it's fair to conflate the two, either the 2 amendments or the 2 buckets of work, which again, I realize Councilmember Bender and Councilmember Cunningham are very involved in supporting and leading the work of transforming public safety, and there's a lot of work happening there, and I'm happy to support that as best as I can. I cannot participate in all the meetings because I have multiple crises both in front of my home as protesters come to demand my time and attention, as well as at the park and in other places. And so I physically can't be at all the meetings, but I generally support the direction that our council is moving, and I would like us to support each other in leading different parts of that work in different ways, understanding that overall it's going to take a lot of energy, time, and people to get our city to a better place than where we were before the murder of Mr. George Floyd. So I would still encourage folks who have said that they can't support this to reconsider and to support that this initiative. I think $150,000 is a drop in the bucket when we talk about the overall work that needs to get done and how much resources need to be at the table. And certainly, if you wanted to make an amendment to this motion, a friendly amendment, you know, I'm open to that because I would much rather find out what you're for versus having you vote against an idea or a solution that's being proposed. And so weaving in your solutions into this motion so that it passes would be much more beneficial than just outright rejecting a solution that, you know, 3 council members came together to bring forward today. So if there are any friendly amendments, I would welcome them and welcome a conversation about them.
Thank you. We're gonna need to move on because we do have a lot today. I do want to point out to my colleagues that our intention is to be done with all amendments, to give our budget office staff just this short 24-hour window to prepare all of the resolutions for adoption on Friday. So please do not, it would be very difficult to accommodate a motion coming back again on Friday. But we could do it at the end of this meeting here today, a friendly amendment or otherwise. But for now, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on item number 2.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Gordon.
Aye.
Cunningham.
No.
Ellison.
Aye.
Goodman.
No.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Kano.
Aye.
Bender.
No.
Schrader.
No.
Johnson.
No.
Fletcher.
Aye.
Chair Palmisano.
Aye.
There are 7 ayes and 5 nays.
That motion carries. The next motion we have talked about to some extent here, but I'm going to have Director Inchfield read the motion.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, the third amendment today for consideration is a motion by Council Vice President Jenkins amending the 2020 Mayor's recommended revised budget in the general fund for the Community Planning and Economic Development Department, increasing the appropriation in the general fund for community planning and economic development by $100,000 one time to support initial community engagement and the co-creation of a vision for a permanent memorial for George Floyd. Eliminating the $75,000 one-time appropriation in the general fund for the payday lending refinancing change item, and reducing the general fund appropriation in the Community Planning and Economic Development Department for the Director of Long Range Planning by $25,000.
Thank you. Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Chair, is my camera on? Can folks?
It is not.
Tell me. So I just wanted to speak to this a little bit. As you all know, 38th in Chicago is the site of murder of George Floyd. It has become an internationally recognized site for commemorating, for memorializing, for trying to understand, for coming together of community, and the starting point of many rallies and marches. It has been the ending point of many marches and rallies. We had a gentleman that marched from Birmingham, Alabama, all the way to the site, attracting attention all along the way. People come from all over the world to visit this site, and we believe that is going to continue as time moves forward into the future. And so these funds is to initiate a process to come up with a permanent memorial. It will be artist-led around that. The reason why I have been absolutely convinced that this is related to public safety is that the longer we delay coming up with a plan and process, longer we have community members, protesters, activists at that intersection demanding justice. And so we need an artist-led process to come up with a plan for how we are going to permanently address this intersection. And this is the start to that process. So I'm asking my colleagues to please support this. This recommendation came to me from the Director of Public Works as they have begun to look at what this process is going to require. I'm grateful to CPED for stepping up and helping out in this process as well. And happy to answer any questions.
Council Vice President, it was difficult to hear you. I think that unless your other device is on mute, it just keeps cutting in and out. Before I go on though, I have been a little bit involved in this work, and I'm going to just try to summarize the need and the solution in this proposal. I'd say that it's clear, even with department leadership who work together to come up with this kind of short-term seed money, that we really need to start soon to work toward a long-range plan of a memorial or some type of significant planning change at 38th in Chicago to honor Mr. George Floyd. There is currently a lot of that work that is being done, and in an unpaid way, in that space, and often by women and by Black and brown women specifically. There was the desire to fund this and to try and compensate some of those efforts and to gather that output in a way that both long-range planning and public works working together could incorporate into a strategy. So the funding here is that these department leaders feel an appropriate source to consider for such a thing would be the same as something that Councilmember Gordon brought forward, a cut he wanted to restore, and that then Interim Director Brennan had to outline because he did a general cut to the CPED budget. Director Brennan had to outline the source for the budget office. So last Friday, that payday loan piece was refunded, but in follow-up conversations, Director Hansen spoke in regards to the impracticality of actually being able to effectuate that program, and I know he is on the call today, and I'd be happy to have him speak to that. But I'm going to call on Councilmember Gordon, who authored that amendment last Friday, and go through the queue here, and I will call on Director Hansen to help us understand that, if that seems to be where we're all going here. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you very much, Chair Palmisano. And I, as you can imagine, just because of all the work that those of you at least who have been paying attention to my work on the City Council know, I'm doing something about payday lending is important. I have no problem with funding something to help co-create a vision for a permanent memorial for George Floyd. So this, of course, puts me in a difficult situation. I am deeply concerned about the payday lending problem in the city of Minneapolis and have been now for at least a decade. This is actually something that Councilmember Quincy and I were working on extensively, trying to find resources and trying to help. I think a lot of you are familiar with what the payday lending is, but typically it's predatory lending that targets people who can't get lending in other ways, usually on $500 or less, very high interest, so it ends up their next paycheck has to go back to paying off these large debts so that they can survive. We happen to have organizations in the metropolitan area in the state that are helping to facilitate this. So the idea, after seeing that the city wasn't going to maybe run a program like this, or that seemed impractical, was contracting out so we could provide some more capacity for other groups that are doing this. There was a group, then there still is a group, at least one that I've identified, that has the capacity, the willingness, the experience, and the skill to do so. In December last year, we amended our budget so that we provided a small amount of funds to do this. There was plenty of time in January and February when we could have gone out for an RFP, an RFQ, RFI, and done a fair process so that we could have got this out there to helping the poorest of the poor in our communities get out of this terrible cycle. Unfortunately, that kind of got lost on the to-do list and didn't get done, and then COVID came up now. I believe we could also be nimble enough to we can get something out soon enough, and I'm happy to have my office spend time developing the RFQ if that seems to be what the challenge is writing something up seems to be so challenging for CPED staff. And I understand how the new interim director might not have been familiar with the long saga of this going on throughout the year, to think we could put it off. That said, potentially we could do something and try to get it in January. I would like to have some confidence that if we put something like this back in next year's budget, that we could actually get something done so we can get money out the door and serving people and helping folks out there. Because of this history and to make my point, I plan to vote against this because of the source of the funding. I think it's a mistake not to move on this sooner and not to have an alternative funding source, or even maybe a less specific funding source, so that the payday lending that just got reapproved once again at our last meeting, we could still go forward with trying to get these resources out there so we could help folks. But I'm not necessarily trying to convince anybody else to go along with my no vote, if you can understand what I'm saying. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon, and I regret my inability to reach you late last night when all of this was coming together. I do know that this isn't a preferred thing. We all do want to make progress against predatory lending programs. Mr. Hansen, could I call on you to just discuss some of the staff needs around this program and getting it off the ground as a pilot this year?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Eric Hansen. I'm the Director of Economic Policy and Development in the Department of CPED. And yes, we do have some budget direction to start this program, as Councilmember Gordon has explained, and we talked about this a little bit last Friday. This is a new program that the city would move forward with program guidelines to the City Council and then an RFP. We expect that that's going to take some time. We have been on hold based on the state of emergency enacted by the mayor and the direction to not spend money during this time. So we've been waiting for City Council direction. We expect that it'll take, it'll take some months to get this program up and running, and that's just for creation of the program guidelines, getting approval, putting the RFP out, and getting the recipient. And so it is likely to take some time before this money gets out to folks. And it's up to the council, I suppose, to tell us which direction you want to go. They're both merit support, so it's a difficult decision in front of you.
Thank you, Councilmember Reich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to show my support for how Council Vice President Jenkins has explained the situation I think that we're all familiar with this particular location. I just wanted to add to that conversation and reinforce the notion how important this is for Public Works and how high the stakes are for that location, in addition to the community conversations that are happening and the international attention that's been brought to that very, very special place. That it's also, the stakes are quite high in terms of its role in terms of the regional transportation system as well. And getting clarity that's community driven, but clarity nonetheless for our jurisdictional partners, county and Met Council, who are very much invested in that area as a potential project site for BRT. The timeliness of this cannot be overstated from that perspective, in addition to the words from Council Vice President. So I just wanted to add to that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Cunningham.
I am not in queue. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I see you had said a comment and I wrote you down as though you were in queue next. Were there any other of my colleagues that wanted to speak on this motion? I will just mention that in conversation with the Public Works Director yesterday, and in visiting this site several times over the past few weeks, it is so evident the work from Public Works that goes into taking care of this space every single day. And I appreciate that, and I know that that is challenging because there isn't additional money to do that. I do really appreciate the collaboration here that would go into this kind of planning that would be both with Public Works, as mentioned by Councilmember Reich, and also with long-range planning. So not seeing anybody in queue anymore, I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Gordon.
No.
Cunningham.
Aye.
Ellison.
Aye.
Goodman.
Aye.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Kano.
Aye.
Bender.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
Chair Palmisano.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you. That motion is adopted. Item number 4 is a motion by Council Members Fletcher and Schrader, and I'll ask Director Intramill to please read through the motion for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Amendment number 4 today is a motion by Council Members Fletcher and Schrader, amending the 2020 Mayor's recommended revised budget in the general fund for the communications and police departments eliminating 2 FTEs and associated funding from the Public Information Unit in the Police Department effective October 1st, 2020. The specific FTEs to be eliminated include Communications and Video Coordinator, Director of Public Information, increasing the appropriation in the general fund for the Communications Department by $63,000 one time to hire 2 additional FTEs effective October 1st, 2020, and reducing the appropriation in the general fund for the Public Information Unit in the Police Department by $63,000 one time. The 2021 current service level shall assume the full elimination or creation of the above named positions in the Police Department and Communications Department, and associated funds shall be budgeted accordingly. Madam Chair, if I may, as I was reading this out loud, in my conversations with Councilmember Fletcher in particular on this, I believe the intent is to transfer the FTEs and not eliminate them, but I believe it would be good for Councilmember Fletcher to weigh in on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Fletcher, did you want to weigh in on that and also move this motion?
Sure, Chair Palmisano. So the intention of this motion is to eliminate the FTEs in MPD and to create FTEs in comms. And we were intentionally not prescriptive about how comms structures that. So that will be for the comms department to decide what the capacity is that they most want to build and how that translates to the existing positions. The in general, I think this is something that similar to the data role that we voted on earlier, this is something that has diminished public trust when people are trying to get information about public safety in our city. We have seen a significant uptick in feedback, but certainly feedback over a longer period of time that we see problems with accuracy, that we see problems with at least perceived, bias in the way information is presented in a way that I think is something that we can correct for. And this is a conversation that I actually started with Greta Bergstrom in Communications back in 2018, that we, at that time, she said, we're doing this communications audit. Why don't we wait for that? The communications audit came out and in fact did say that there's a strong sort of perceived benefit to consolidating communications functions in a central communications office. That's something that's a goal of the enterprise. That's something that we adopted. And this is consistent with that. And I will move this and then yield to my co-author, Councilmember Schrader, for further comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first learned about the death of George Floyd the same way the media did, through the news release issued by the Minneapolis Police Department in-house public information officer. I do want to warn folks, this might be triggering for some, that I'm about to read the news release of George Floyd's death verbatim right now. Man dies after medical incident during police interaction. On Monday evening, shortly after 8 p.m., officers of the Minneapolis Police Department responded to the 3700 block of Chicago Avenue South on a report of a forgery in progress. Officers were advised that the suspect was sitting on top of a blue car and appeared to be under the influence. 2 officers arrived and located the suspect, a male believed to be in his 40s, in his car. He was ordered to step from his car. After he got out, he physically resisted officers. Officers were able to get the suspect into handcuffs and noted he appeared to be suffering medical distress. Officers called for an ambulance. He was transported to the Hennepin County Medical Center by an ambulance, where he died a short time later. At no time were weapons of any type used by anyone involved in this incident. He appeared to be suffering medical distress. While I appreciate the challenges of getting information out in a fast evolving situation, accuracy is paramount. The world knows exactly what happened to Mr. Floyd. The world saw it. It's clear there's a lack of trust in the community right now, and it's completely understandable when you read this news release and compare it to what actually happened. The city has a capable communications department. MPD does not need their own redundant, independent communication staff, and we need to safeguard and rebuild public trust. And right now, shifting these operations to the city rather than MPD is one step that we can take and do right now and cut costs in the process. Thank you.
I want to call on our police chief that might want to share a few words about this at this moment in time. Chief Arredondo, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much, council members. I want to appreciate and respect the sentiments that and certainly what was just conveyed by Councilmember Schrader and certainly Councilmember Fletcher. Question I do have is, and I have not had the opportunity to have any conversations with Director Greta Bergstrom, but in terms of just logistically, if some of those key points in terms of operationally, in terms of the 24/7 response to scenes and some of the staffing parts of that. And so we know that a lot of this occurs when we have scenes that occur. It can be 3 o'clock in the morning, and so I'm just wondering if there's been, if some of the logistics pieces have been kind of flushed out to, as you're thinking about this year.
Thank you. Council President Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to defer to the authors to speak to those points either now or after I'm done. It looks like Councilmember Fletcher does want to speak, so I will defer and come back after that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also trying to see if our city coordinator wants to weigh in or Director Bergstrom, but I'll go ahead, Councilmember Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano, and thank you, Chief, for the question. I think it's an opportunity right now for us to really think about what will restore trust and what practices are helpful and what are not. I think that, frankly, having a little bit of organizational division and some communication can, I think, especially in heated moments and crisis moments, provide some level of gut check about the kind of communication and the style of communication. I also, I think that there's a legitimate question that I know departments are asking around the country about whether the 3 a.m. stand-up is a useful function. TV, obviously, to some degree, is in a 24/7 news cycle, and people are finding out about things on scanners and Twitter and so on. But at some level, that has been, at least anecdotally, what I've seen, where a lot of the most misinformation has come from, has been the late night stand-ups. And I'm wondering if, as we start to look at this, I think one of the opportunities of thinking about what the capacity is that's needed is to really sit down, probably with the journalism community more than anyone, many of whom have expressed some real frustration and concern about some of the misinformation and the missteps lately, to really talk about what would represent transparency and what are the ways that we can move this forward. We recognize that moving to comms is going to change what the capacity looks like and what the ability is to move information. And I think that it's actually probably healthy to really think about what information needs to be conveyed and packaged. And in general, I think part of the big picture analysis about where MPD needs to go is to really think about MPD being more fully integrated into the rest of the city in a way that has more relationship building opportunity. And I think working with comms to communicate in a way that's consistent with the way the rest of the city communicates about its work, I think would be one step in that direction. And so I think this is a really important opportunity to absolutely assess what the capacity needs are, and simultaneously assess whether the capacity we've currently been providing is the right capacity to actually provide the kind of transparency that we're talking about, because transparency is not just immediate access. Transparency is accuracy. And I think that we sometimes do better currently on immediate access than we do on transparency and on accuracy. And I think that's something that we need to work through. So in my conversations with Greta, that was something that we spoke about as an open question that I think needs to be explored. And I think that there's a good opportunity to explore that and move forward in a way that I am hopeful will make some real improvements.
Thank you. I really do want our director, Greta Bergstrom, to weigh in herself on this. I think we should try to get some insight from her. Director Bergstrom, are you there?
Chair Palmisano, I am. Council members. Yes, I did have a chance to speak yesterday with Councilmember Fletcher about this motion. It definitely goes without saying, and I did share with him as well that this would be obviously a sizable structural change for our department, obviously for the city. I have not had time to think through logistical changes, as Chief Arredondo raised, in terms of kind of 24/7 PIO service, which our department currently does not, provide. That is not the structure that we do provide with our existing PIOs. So those changes would definitely have to be thought through from a structure and a capacity and, frankly, a resourcing standpoint as well. I know that, and as Councilmember Fletcher mentioned, I think across the country, my experience has been that the police PIO function is really, is within the police department in whatever jurisdiction. There is typically with kind of a mix, perhaps, of sworn and civilian PIOs in some cases for larger departments. So this would definitely be a structural change that would need to be explored and explored with enterprise needs at the center. And I'd be happy to take other questions.
Thank you. I am going to route other questions about this change probably back to you, Councilmember Schrader, and then Councilmember Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think just upon the reading of the news release put out by MPD about the murder of George Floyd does justify a sizable structural change in how we do business. As we're trying to rebuild public trust with the police department and with the city in general, I just want to point out that best case scenario, there were severe things that went wrong for that to be the news release. To talk about the murder of George Floyd as happening because of a medical condition is utterly untrue and should have never come out. At the worst case scenario, the public is wondering, how many times was this the case? How many times have situations like this happen where there wasn't a video camera, where there wasn't someone standing by, where there wasn't multiple cameras that could capture the whole scene and tell the whole story? So it is time. It is time right now to make sure that the public is getting the best information, and the way to do that is to move the communications department under the city.
Council President Bender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know this is an issue that we've talked about a little bit publicly, I think, in various contexts, but also a lot behind the scenes. And I understand the challenges of this approach, and I also frankly understand the what we're asking of the staff in our communications department when we ask them to take responsibility for this. It is not a small ask, but beyond the example that Councilmember Schrader named, which of course is significant and a very painful example, I think I have seen over the years a pattern of communications coming from the police department that makes it feel very separate from the rest of the city. I know the police department does not report to the city council, but we often learn about information through the media. We're asked questions from members of the public or the press about statements that MPD is making without background information. In the past, I have felt that the communications from the department don't reflect the direction that policymakers have given, and that often there are a lot of questions about the details, whether it be from the ketamine situation that was happening to, specifics about 911 call numbers, even about crime trends in our city, when we have to, as council members, look with our own staff time and research crime trends because our police department is speaking about them in a way that at least I felt was very inaccurate. It creates a challenge for our whole city enterprise. And, I think we have a responsibility collectively as a city enterprise, as an institution, to communicate in a way that is transparent, that is clear, that is accurate. And I think the rest of the city suffers when the full picture isn't communicated to our residents. And I say that specifically about some of the data and trend information and the way it has been framed by this department in the past. So I think this is a really important, though challenging, move to make so that we may accurately provide information to the public about public safety in our city. It is not something that, it will be a decision that policymakers would have to make. Because there is not full support within the enterprise. And sometimes we just have to make those difficult decisions. Sometimes we direct departments to make change, and I can think of many examples of that, but I don't need to go through a list now. But I appreciate the work that has gone into bringing this forward. I understand what we're hearing from staff, but I feel very strongly that this is an important move to build that transparency and clear communication around public safety in our city in a way that the public can more fully trust.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, what are the other departments that have their own communications division within them?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Director Bergstrom to kind of comment on that, because there are several other departments around our city that do have their own separate communication staff. And Director, could you help remind us which ones those are?
Sure, Chair Palmisano, Councilmember Gordon, council members. There are a few departments that have internal communications capacity, larger departments. I know that CPED does, obviously MPD, and Public Works has in the past, and the position at present is not filled, but has had some communications capacity as well within their department. I know that the city clerk's office does have somebody for the year working on elections work, and so that's, I believe, through the end of this year as well. All of them, I will say, do work closely and hand in hand with our own communications department. And this year, as in other years, like with the Super Bowl and Final Four, have worked as part of our overall joint information system, or JIS, in a collaborative way. But they do actually report to those department heads and not to me as communications director.
And it sounds like the Public Works has one position. Do you happen to know how many people CPED has?
Yes, Chair Palmisano, Councilmember Gordon. I believe there are 2 positions within CPED that are communications roles that work, again, for CPED and work with us as well in communications.
2 full-time positions that just do communications, we're thinking?
Yep, a range of strategic communications, some social media, media relations work, so a range of work, online work, obviously content for the website and other content.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Bergstrom, while we have you, I also want to ask a little bit about how information flows. I know from other situations that within MPD, for example, when an outside agency is called, in this specific example that was mentioned, the death of Mr. George Floyd while in custody, I understand that it was actually up to the BCA to approve what could be communicated and provide that, because otherwise we, the city wouldn't be allowed to talk about and essentially report on something that's being looked at as a crime scene. Director, do you have any insight as to that? I mean, how would something like that work if that were going through your communications department?
Chair Palmisano, that is a good question. That would be something that I would obviously want to explore and make sure that we had a protocol, and we would work with obviously the city attorney's office, with the chief, MPD, and obviously the BCA in that case. But yes, there are those scenarios where you have to be, you're not allowed to share, given the legal ramifications and ongoing investigation.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to comment and say that I'm supporting this effort, and I don't want to belabor the points because I think the authors have articulated this better than I ever could. But when it comes to building that trust and when it comes to reimagining public safety, I think that we have an obligation, at minimum, to start with providing honest information, to be truthful in how we communicate the ways in which things happen in our city and the ways in which the police function in our city. I think that the example that Councilmember Schrader highlights, yes, while it highlights kind of a heinous example of misinformation that really did violate the trust of the public, I also just want to hold up the fact that when people see things like that, they do ask themselves, how often does this happen? If we're going to start somewhere, anywhere, when it comes to reimagining public safety, I think that the bare minimum we could do is start with being honest about the information that comes out about our department and what's happening on the ground. And so that's why I'm going to be, supporting and this motion.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any of my colleagues in queue. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Reich.
Aye.
Gordon.
Aye.
Cunningham.
Aye.
Ellison.
Aye.
Goodman.
Aye.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Kano.
Aye.
Bender.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
Chair Palmisano.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That motion carries. Amendment number 5. If we could pull that up on the screen. This is a slightly complicated motion because it does change a prior motion. And so I'm going to ask Director Intramural to go ahead and summarize it and then turn it over to Councilmember Ellison.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Council members, amendment number 5 today is a motion by Councilmember Ellison. Ellison moves to amend the prior action approved July 17th, 2020 to amend the 2020 Mayor's recommended revised budget in the general fund for the health and police departments by increasing the appropriation in the general fund for the health department by $500,000 one time for the Office of Violence Prevention to provide training, technical assistance,
laying off positions. It's about saying that we know that we're not getting what we've allocated for that purpose. And because that is a public safety purpose, and because this is a public safety purpose, the Cure Violence model, I thought it was appropriate for us to reassign that money somewhere that could actually help us get ahead of and address the violence that we're seeing this summer. For a lot of our wards, we're still seeing this violence occur. And communities are saying, what is the option? What can we do to interrupt this violence? What can we do to make sure that we're getting ahead of this model? And I've attended a lot of meetings with the 4th Precinct Inspector, who's done an amazing job, who's an absolute professional. And yet the response continues to be really unsatisfactory to community members. You know, Councilmember Cunningham can kind of speak to this himself, but you know, we've gotten requests, both of us, over the years to say, can the Office of Violence Prevention do this? Can they do that? I think there's been a lot of assumptions about what the office can and can't do and what they have the capacity to do. And this is one of those functions that people assume the Office of Violence Prevention already has the capacity to do. This actualizes that capacity. And again, I don't think that we can just sort of hold our nose and ride it out through the summer. I think that we need a response that coincides with a policing response. But I think that we need a non-policing response to actually get out on the ground and make sure that we can keep our communities safer through the remainder of the summer. And so that's what this is about. I think that the spirit of what Councilmember Cano was looking to address is still represented in this motion, just aimed a little more specifically at the Cure Violence model, whereas the Cure Violence model hadn't been named in the previous motion. And so that's the context. I hope my colleagues will support this. I know that a lot of our communities need it. And if anybody has specific questions about the Cure Violence model, I think that myself, obviously other colleagues, and/or someone from the health department could lay out that model. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you know, I was one of 2 people that voted against this initial redirection of funds, partially because I wasn't convinced that we knew where it was coming from, and partially because I didn't understand what it was going to. I did have the opportunity to talk to Councilmember Fletcher this morning, and so I'm hoping that he or Councilmember Cunningham will comment on some of the concerns that I had but have been alleviated by Councilmember Fletcher. We don't have all of the officers that we need right now, but we have a fairly large budget in MPD, and so I think it does make sense to try all sorts of alternative things in order to fight crime. And I can tell you from where I sit as a fairly strong supporter of public safety that the community response model downtown works. The people who work downtown in this area, the DID, Mad Dads, A Mother's Love, Youth at YouthLink, are all a community response model that have been super helpful downtown. And so I feel like if this is an expansion of that, maybe with a different group of people, but still a community-based model, that would be a good thing to try, because we've seen violence in Uptown, perhaps emanating from the downtown area. We've seen violence all over the city, and people are afraid. And I don't think that having the police respond to everything makes the most sense. I think there needs to be multiple ways for us to respond to violent crime. I am a little bit alarmed that I read in the paper that some people view armed civilians as a community response model. So I want to lay out there right now, I don't think anyone we contract with should be carrying a gun. And I worry about what kind of liability we would have for these folks and how they would be accountable if there was a problem. But I'm mostly worried about what would happen if they had a gun. And I know that that can be addressed because I talked to Councilmember Fletcher about it, but I think it's important for me to change my vote, to have it noted clearly that no officers that are currently working will be laid off as a result of this. We have plenty of people leaving on a voluntary basis. So we can fill some of that work with people on the community side of it, in my opinion. And $1.1 million in the scheme of things to try a community response model makes sense to me. If we don't dip our toe in at some point, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to move forward with transforming public safety in the city. So this seems to me like a very easy step forward. But I do need to hear from our staff or my colleagues with regard to the story in the paper today that we are potentially going to have armed people out there intervening instead of police. And I think the public deserves and needs to hear how this would work, in addition to how they would be accountable, who they would report to, how it would work in conjunction with the police. Are they going to be insured? Will they have vehicles from us? I mean, there's a bunch of questions that I know there are answers to. I'm asking these questions so that we can bring this up publicly, because this is the kind of thing I want to be able to support. But I also want the public to feel confident that when we try something like this, that this is what the future of community safety could look like, and it's really positive. So I'm asking these questions because I think there needs to be clarification in the public realm about these kinds of activities. And I very much appreciate the conversation with Councilmember Fletcher this morning about this. And I did say I would like to get some of these questions answered. And so I appreciate all of you answering that can. Thank you.
Thank you. Typically, we would have a long proposal by city staff at its own separate meeting about some kind of a change like this. This is an opportunity, it sounds like, to do a one-time change, right? I see that in the above paragraph. It looks like that was somehow erroneously removed from the lower paragraph, but it looks like this is something that my colleagues seem up for trying. I'm going to call on Councilmember Cunningham, but then Director Sasha Cotton should answer some of the more technical details and to confirm who would be selected for this program and if they would be armed or not. Councilmember Fletcher, or Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you. Well, I can speak to quite a few of those details as well, but I will obviously defer to Director Cotton. So first I just want to suggest that if folks are unfamiliar with the Cure Violence model, that there is actually a movie, documentary made about it called The Interrupters. And there's also a whole website that breaks down this information. So even today, during the public hearing that we had, there were multiple gunshots that happened near my house. That is a hot spot. And I have asked the Office of Violence Prevention, and many of you have also asked the Office of Violence Prevention to please send some sort of resources out to be out to these hotspots in order to be able to address the gun violence in particular, but general violent crime in these areas in ways that actually sustainably stops it. It doesn't just displace it, so they move from that corner to that corner, but instead we actually are disrupting someone's involvement, like the cycle of it. We are actually sustainably disrupting that. But what we are asking from the Office of Violence Prevention, from GVI, so the Group Violence Intervention, that's not actually that model, but the Cure Violence model is kind of like an additional module to the Group Violence Intervention model. That is what we're asking for. We're asking for street outreach with community-based folks who have credibility with the folks who have the guns or shooting the guns, and these folks have the rare skills and the credibility to be able to influence these folks to put the guns down and stop the shooting. That is an incredibly rare skill that we do not value enough as a city. So this amendment, I'm grateful that this space is being created. This amendment creates the structure. And so I do want to just say that and want to clarify that street outreach teams are not the same as citizen patrols. So I'm grateful that that particular phrase was corrected in the amended and clarified in the amended motion or amendment, excuse me. There is a very specific model that is evidence and research based in the Cure Violence model. So this isn't something that we're just gonna like try out and see how it works. Like, we know how it works. There's a very clear theory of change that underlies it. We already have groups who do this work organically because it's a need that has emerged from the community. And so what this has the ability to do is to build a coalition of the various street outreach teams in a way that pulls them together, unites them under the Office of Violence Prevention in the city of Minneapolis itself. So having the same gear on, having walkie-talkies, and operating under the same contractual agreements, which would include that people have to be unarmed. There's a difference between armed citizen patrols, which, there's a space for that. Like the freedom fighters, they are, I'm grateful for their work and their leadership in the community. They have a role. But what we're talking about here is an evidence-based model that folks are going out and de-escalating. They're mediating conflict. They are getting folks sometimes straight up out of those situations. Get in the car, we're going. They have the skills to be able to do that for as long as necessary. And they have a deep understanding of the group, gang, and clique dynamics. They have a history and credibility. So I just think that it's important for folks to understand that we are not starting from scratch. We have brilliant community members who have been leading this work for years, many, many times unpaid. And this is a way for us to be able to structure it, be able to have a uniform approach and expectations as the city about how these folks are doing the work, especially on behalf of the city, along with the city. And so this is not new. This is not something that's just being made up here. We have lots and lots of models and examples from across the country that we are able to build this on. We can think of it as a pilot if that's how folks would like to think of it, but there's a clear theory of change and there's lots of evidence. So I will go ahead and defer to Director Cotton. But I just want to restate that violence interrupters and street outreach teams are expected to be unarmed while they are working on behalf of the city, and that is included. From my understanding, and Director Cotton can clarify, that is included in their contracts. Thank you.
To be clear, a non-peace officer employed by a municipality is prohibited by state law from carrying a firearm on duty. I have Director Cotton that is asked to speak, and then Chief Arredondo would like to weigh in. Go ahead, Director Cotton. Director Cotton, are you there?
This is Gretchen Musicant, Commissioner of Health. If Slash is not available, I can.
Yep, why don't you go? Sorry, I didn't realize you were with us as well. Go ahead, Director.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Chair Palmisano and members of the committee, thank you so much for this in-depth discussion. As Councilmember Cunningham noted, Cure Violence is a highly researched model, and if we were to endeavor to do this, we would want to make sure that we bring in some of the national folks to do some training of those very teams that Councilmember Cunningham identified that already exist and are highly in touch with the communities that we want to work with to decrease the violence. So the Cure Violence model looks at preventing retaliation, mediating ongoing conflicts, and keeping conflicts cool. So just once you've cooled things down, to keep it there. And it really does complement the work, the GBI work, the next step work, which have a little bit longer relationship with people and kind of a longer time horizon in terms of their impact. This complements it in that it is in the here and now in terms of stopping violence. We believe that it also builds on our Blueprint Approved Institute, where we have done training of some of the groups that are most likely to be engaged in this work as well. And so we can use that platform to accomplish some of the training upfront that will be necessary. I'm happy to answer additional questions that you might have. I don't know that we can answer questions about insurance and cars at this point, but we can certainly get that information to you in writing.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Chief Arredondo to speak a little bit about this. He and I did have a brief conversation about the Cure Violence model, and I'd like to invite him to share any comments.
Madam Chair, council members, thank you for the opportunity to make a few remarks on this. So I'm looking forward to learning more about the Cure Violence model through Director Cotton and certainly her team. We certainly have worked in the past as the Minneapolis Police Department with other community-based organizations to try to be in spaces to help reduce and prevent violence in our communities. I think it's obviously going to be very important that the MPD familiarizes itself with this model, and certainly to make sure that we have our folks working in conjunction and certainly getting to know the members and certainly their protocols and guidelines, and so that the communities know that we're out there operating together to help reduce the violence. And so I don't have a whole lot of education yet on the Cure Violence model, but I look forward to in the coming days to get more educated on that and work closely with Director Cotton. So thank you.
Thank you. I need to call on our budget director here for a minute. I had asked Councilmember Ellison if his intent was to take this out of one-time funding and instead make this an ongoing budget item, and that has some really important implications to being able to hold up this proposal. Director Intramural, could you help us understand the differences between those two? Why this was a one-time piece last time, but it adding into being ongoing presents some other additional challenges?
I'm happy to, Madam Chair, and I will try and use as plain language as possible, though this is a pretty wonky topic. So if the goal is to add $1.1 million ongoing next year, if there is not clarity that the reduction to the police department, either the reduction to the police department needs to come from non-personnel dollars because those stay fixed when we set our current service level from year to year, or if there is, if the intention is to do an ongoing reduction to personnel dollars or salaries, those change from year to year depending on how much it costs to employ the number of personnel that are funded. So the way that we calculate that service level from year to year is based on the positions that are approved in the budget. And so if we were to leave the number of positions untouched, we would fund those in next year's current service level at the full cost. And we would do that in the police department, and in the health department, we would have this additional $1.1 million that is proposed to be added ongoing right now. And so we would, in essence, be growing the cost of the 2021 current service level by $1.1 million. I raise that now because I think we've discussed it a few times in this committee. Our starting point right now going into 2021 we are currently not in balance going into 2021 because of the financial conditions we find ourselves in, and this will only exacerbate that imbalance. And so I just wanted to make council aware of that as you contemplate the amendment. Again, not at all speaking to the merits or demerits of the use, just concerns about the way that the source is currently worded before you.
Madam Chair, may I?
Go ahead and respond to that. Yep.
Yeah. So, I really appreciate that context from Micah. I think my intent was to tee this up as ongoing work, but I think that I'm open to the discussion, and it sounds like this is a little bit cleaner and easier if it is a one-time appropriation for now. So my apologies to the clerk because they did suggest that. And so I'd be happy to go ahead and make that edit right now if my colleagues are fine with that language being added in.
Yes, thank you. I think that that's actually an important piece because surely I think there's interest in trying something like this out. There are some additional questions here, but that actually solves a big structural one for us here in the moment. Councilmember Kano, I apologize. I failed to see you in all of the things going on in the meeting chat. Go ahead.
It's okay. I know there's a lot of posts on the chat. So before I can decide on this motion, I want to acknowledge that Councilmember Cunningham and Ellison both reached out to me yesterday to try to talk about this. I do have some specific questions for staff, and I want to center us in the conversation that I started last week on this amendment, which was a reflection of the needs that I had heard in our community. And so number one, there's a need by business owners and residents, just regular residents. I'm not talking about like fully awarded and supported violence interrupters. I'm just talking about regular folks who live at home and who are acting as that mechanism to prevent harm from happening on their blocks. I'm hearing from both them and business owners that they want training, that they want free, accessible, multilingual training that centers on nonviolent communication, de-escalation tactics, violence interruption, and so that was one component that was codified in the amendment from last week. I don't see specific language about that in this amendment today. So I'd like to hear from staff how the demand for training that is consistent and available to community members now, either by Office for Violence Intervention staff, who I know are very well versed in a lot of these subjects, how this amendment responds to that, or how this proposed work responds to that. Two, as you recall from last week when we debated this issue at length, folks on the streets right now are creating their own infrastructure for community safety, which involves people buying their own walkie-talkies, people buying their own t-shirts and sort of coming up with an emblem that the t-shirts have so that everyone can kind of identify each other and build the sense of community and togetherness. And so last week a portion of the proposed dollars were supposed to go to those supplies, which right now again residents are paying out of their own pocket because they don't have anywhere else to go for this kind of help. And then thirdly, the intent was to compensate the community-based folks who have the social capital, the reputation, the experience, and the connections to provide that safety system that right now the Minneapolis Police Department is not able to or willing to provide. And so, you know, there are violence interrupters right now in Little Earth that haven't been, you know, authorized by the city to play that role, but that's what they're doing every day, and that's what they've been doing for the last 3 years. And so compensating those folks for that expertise, providing stipends to leaders who are willing to step into that role of coordinating some of those community safety actions, and acknowledging that, you know, not everybody wants to play that role. I mean, I've been in plenty meetings over the last couple of weeks where some residents are like, I just want somebody else to take charge of this. Like, you know, some people are willing to show up to 1 or 2 meetings, but they don't want to be the folks that are doing the walks at night to make sure nobody's breaking into anybody's homes. They're not the ones that want to be on their text all day to check and see what's the latest news on the block and like whose bike got stolen and whose bike didn't get stolen. So I think, you know, acknowledging that there are some natural leaders that are already playing these roles, and that we don't have to swoop in on these communities and sort of, you know, deputize somebody from the outside to do this work, but really to lift up those folks who are already there doing the work and to support them to become more effective leaders and stronger leaders in this conversation. So from Gretchen, from our Commissioner of Health, I'd be curious if you could speak to those 3 items. If the motion before us as proposed under your department, would you be able to satiate the need for free ongoing multilingual training, purchasing and supporting these community teams to have, you know, walkie-talkies and t-shirts and some other supplies? And then lastly, you know, how does this plan to compensate folks who are already playing that role in their community now?
Thank you, Commissioner Musicant. And I need to point out that I erroneously earlier was calling on Sasha Cotton to respond to some of these questions. I understand now that you were the person that was supposed to be here to answer to these. Sasha was not invited or as a participant into this Teams meeting. So Commissioner Musicant, and then Councilmember Cunningham also wants to respond to some of these questions.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano and members of the committee and Councilmember Cano. And just so you know, I am in texting relationship with Sasha as I speak as well. So you're getting a 2-for-1 perhaps out of me. So this is Gretchen Musicant, Commissioner of Health. Yes, I think I know that in listening to what you laid out for us, Councilmember Cano, that some of the groups that you're talking about will be well positioned to be a part of the groups that are called upon to be part of Cure Violence. In addition to that, we have the Blueprint Approved Institute, where we do training already of groups that are deeply connected in the community, and we can certainly look at leveraging that existing function and even expanding it to meet some of the more expansive needs that you have identified. And drawing people into collaborative coalitions or recognizing the coalitions that are already developed, I think is also something that we're very interested in doing. In terms of providing support, t-shirts and so on, certainly I think as Councilmember Cunningham noted, for Cure Violence, we'll certainly have that kind of recognition most likely. In addition to that, we're just completing some branding for the Office of Violence Prevention, and I think out of that there will be opportunities to create ways of identifying people involved in our overall efforts to prevent violence that can be part of the shirts and other ways of identifying folks, caps that people might appreciate being a part of. I think those are the 3 or parts of the 3 questions anyway that you asked, Councilmember Cano.
Thank you for that response. I do have a couple of questions. You know, in the past, I was really excited to hear about some of the work being rolled out through the GBI program, the Group Violence Intervention Program, that we funded, I think, at a very modest level in the past, and over time, you know, my excitement kind of quelled a little bit because I couldn't quite see how that work was impacting diverse communities such as the American Indian community, the Latino community, the East African community, both in Ward 6 and Ward 9. And so I'm just, I guess that concern is sort of coming up again for me in that I want to be clear that this work will be thoroughly supported and implemented in the South Side. Especially since we know that the geography in this amendment is not specific. So but both the lack of specificity is kind of good and bad, right? And so like it means it can be everything, and it means it could be like not include us. So I'm just curious about how would this work? I guess engage a geographic model. Like, is that a conversation? Which areas would be served? How often? Where? When? And sort of like the broader time frame. So like when would this work start, and when could we see impact in the South Minneapolis communities?
Thank you, Chair Palmisano, Councilmember Cano. Yes, it is definitely being discussed as something that will be prevalent both in North Minneapolis and South Minneapolis, and groups are already making themselves known in terms of being strongly connected to various geographic parts of the city, including South Minneapolis. We with GBI are also have not turned the key and opened the door yet, but are diligently working on developing a Southside strategy. So the lack of evidence is a true reflection of what you are seeing, but it is not a true reflection of the behind the scenes work. We are diligently trying to create a model that works for South Minneapolis for GBI as well. So on both fronts, absolutely, yes. We are intent and plan to, and we think we have confidence in being able to move forward with both. And so the plan, if funded as suggested, we would want to fill 2 teams in North Minneapolis and 2 teams on the South Side, and we would be lifting up the current work of groups such as within the American Indian community, as you so noted.
And the time frame?
I believe there's urgency to the need in the community, and so we will begin to look for training and create the structure around the dollars going out to the community as quickly as we can.
Okay, that's great, because I do feel like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit where we can do some virtually based trainings for folks right away. We don't have to build a huge big ship to get all this done. I do hope that we can do sort of like a now, medium term, long term kind of approach, and because folks are really hungry to participate and they're really hungry for tools. And I think that engagement is happening now with a lot of the lack of support of the city, and I would love for us to be able to provide that. I have 2 last questions for you, and then I think my concerns will have been met. So I've heard a lot about the Violence Prevention Fund, and I'm just wondering if you could just share a quick update on that. How much money is in the Violence Prevention Fund? When does the money go out, and how does that interplay with the current work proposed in this motion? And then 2, I imagined that we would try to get the Office of Violence Prevention team at least 2 more full-time employees. Do we have any plans at play for that in terms of either now or the next month to sort of staff up internally as we grow the demand of the work on the office.
I need to interrupt for just a second here because I know we're running into many other needs, including a Board of Estimate and Taxation meeting here that the whole clerk's staff needs to go and support. So is this something that is specific to this motion, Councilmember Kano, and your support of it? If so, then let's proceed. Otherwise, we could maybe have a presentation about this and have more time to discuss at a later date.
Is the Violence Prevention Fund getting resources from this particular 1.1 million? Would be the direct question.
My understanding is no. Commissioner Musicant?
Thanks, Chair Palmisano and Councilmember Kano. I believe the authors of the motion should answer that.
Okay, Councilmember Ellison, Councilmember Cunningham has been waiting and trying to answer some of these questions in the chat. Is it all right with you?
I can defer to Councilmember Cunningham if you'd like, but also the short answer is no, not these particular dollars would not be going into the Violence Prevention Fund.
Thank you. So then would it be all right then, Councilmember, if we have the Violence Prevention Fund conversation as a separate item some other time?
Yeah, absolutely. I can take that offline with the commissioner and with the director of OVP. Certainly. So are there any plans to staff up now to help lead this work, or are we thinking that's more of like a long-term strategy down the road, Commissioner?
Chair Palmisano and Councilmember Kano, I know for sure we have at least one vacancy that we would like to fill. So yes, we are trying to use the resources that we have to staff up, at the same time, of course, attending to all the needs in the community. So it's a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but we know that if we had more staff, we could do more. So yes, we are working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham, was there anything else you needed to clarify about this motion before us?
Nope, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Gordon.
Well, I don't have to take up much time, although I could have a lot to say to this. I just wanted folks to understand that we have been talking about violence interrupters and cure the violence programs since 2009, 2010, when Mayor Ryback was bringing these things forward, and we were working with Commissioner Musicant. So it's very exciting to see these things kind of forming and developing here. It's actually been very interesting and gratifying to see how this budget discussion has been focusing in a lot on what we think we might want to reimagine in terms of public safety. And I think that this is a significant motion, and I'll be supporting this enthusiastically. I do also want to acknowledge that the idea of neighborhood block clubs and stroll patrols and all of those kinds of things also could be critical to this whole picture. So appreciate how we've looked at that and focused on that as well. Also really like that Councilmember Goodman talked about the partnerships in the downtown area, because I think that demonstrates how we've actually been trying these and implementing these, and now what we're doing now is we're building on those elements that we've had success with and that we've already looked at in the past. So appreciate this coming forward, appreciate the partnership that's embedded in it with our health department and our police department, and look forward to seeing how this unfolds to really address the immediate problems with violence in our communities, and also the long-term redesign we have and recreating our public safety in the city.
Thank you. With that, Clerk, I'm going to ask you to please call the roll.
Councilmember Reich. Councilmember Reich. Gordon.
Aye.
Cunningham.
Aye.
Ellison.
Aye.
Goodman.
Aye.
Jenkins.
Aye.
Kano.
Aye.
Bender.
Aye.
Schrader.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
Reich. Chair Palmisano.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
Thank you. That motion is adopted. Our next motion, do we have a next motion, Ken?
Chair Palmisano, that is the last motion in the packet.
I see. Councilmember Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair Palmisano. I just wanted to provide updates on a couple of things that I've previewed that I was working on, and just in the interest of transparency, wanted to share the status of them. So I had mentioned on Friday that I might be bringing something forward around some of the community engagement functions, the community navigators and crime prevention specialists. I think after consulting with staff, I am sort of thinking about what the best way is to do that. It feels like that's a better 2021 conversation, so I want to just sort of flag that for everyone and encourage the mayor's office to really think about in their budget how we can provide better structure and support for that community outreach function within a broader public safety lens. And then I previewed before the recess that I would be bringing an amendment related to moving up 311, and I'm also not going to be bringing that in the intervening hours. I've had some conversation with staff around just the role of that, given the implementation being right on the cusp of 2020 and 2021, and not wanting to step on the mayor's rights under charter to propose the 2021 budget. So without, I think I had been hoping that we could have a couple of days to bring that on Friday so that we could sort of navigate collaboration between the council and the mayor. And I actually hope that we can get to collaboration between the council and the mayor sooner than waiting until December to pass it, because I do think there's urgency around getting some solutions implemented, and I was hoping to move the timeline up, but I recognize that on very short notice it wasn't a reasonable ask today, and without the collaboration between the council and the mayor, it's not something that's appropriate to move today. So I am not moving those motions, so I think there might not be anything further for today, but I wanted to provide everyone with a status update.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It is our full intent, colleagues, that we will now be giving the budget office an opportunity to work up all of these revisions in preparation for Friday's meeting. I need to ask before we adjourn, Mr. Intramill, do you feel the need to go through the 6 resolutions that will be before us, or is that something we can do on Friday?
Madam Chair, I think Friday's great.
Thank you. I will note for my colleagues that I've shared the potential resolution that would be about furloughs. It has been amended to include more of our intentional looks at how we incorporate race equity into the furloughs process. The furloughs process in part is about an attempt to achieve racial equity instead of doing layoffs immediately in our city. And I invite colleagues to connect with me about that. That is one of the resolutions that's posted for transparency out on our city website and available in the interim. Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to thank HR for helping to create some language around race equity and related to furloughs, and thank you for incorporating that language into the resolution.
Thank you. With that, we've
Madam Chair, I just sent a note in the chat, but the committee does need to act on the resolutions and actually, in order to actually get them in front of the council on Friday.
I see. Colleagues, those resolutions are before you. They're in all of the meeting documents for this meeting. Does anybody have any questions? I do move all of these for approval. Seeing none, Clerk, may I ask you to call the roll on that piece?
Councilmember Reich. Gordon.
Aye.
Cunningham.
Aye.
Ellison,
Aye.
Goodman,
Aye, except for the ones I already voted no on. I'm kind of confused if you're asking us to vote on every one of these, which I voted no on some of them.
This isn't the amendments, this is the resolutions. So this is the amended, these are all of the resolutions that go with the budget, the full exercise that will be there for final review on Friday.
Okay. I guess, but I'm not going to do that on Friday.
Councilmember Jenkins,
Aye.
Kano,
Aye.
Bender,
Council President Bender had to leave the meeting for another meeting.
Schrader,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
Check for Reich again. And Chair Palmisano.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes.
Thank you. With that, we've concluded our work on the revised 2020 budget. And we will, without objection, declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.